Welcome to Mudding with BEAGS. This is episode 28. Hope everybody's doing all right tonight. Tonight I'm going to be riding solo. JJ down in Florida was last seen in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. And I think she just left a comment in the chat. And I guess she's on the cell phone holding it above the flood line. So wish her well and her family well and all the people down in Florida. But we're going to ride this train out of control tonight solo. So let's let Fred kick off the night for us, get us started right. That's good shit right there. All right, guys, let's get in and do some mudding. I hope everybody's doing okay. I see Joe Cool is still here with us. Hold that phone above the flood line there, Joe Cool. Hang on to JJ and the kiddies for us. And got Summer Breeze, Edna Bell. Welcome. You two both look new. Hey, Cam, how you doing? And let's go ahead and get into it. We're going to go mud tonight. I got a bunch of I have been digging in the Australian archives. So you people in Australia are going to be having some good pictures coming up. Hope you guys are ready. We got Australian Bank of Commerce at the corner of George and King Street in Sydney, Australia. And let's see what we can find here today. We got Fred on the job as usual, doing what Fred does. And immediately I'm drawn to this pavement light right here, Mudflood Winders. Got Boss Man on the job, doing what Boss Man does. Got the Masonic floor plan. This thing right here is pretty cool. I think we'll look into some of this stuff later. The cast iron and wrought iron. So we'll do a little digging on that. Do a little thinking and researching. And let's see what else we can find. Scientific instrument maker. All righty. I can't Drysdale and Company. Something like that. Architectural urns right here. Looks like a laurel leaf of control up there. Incredible architecture in Australia. I mean, you know, the prisoners did a real good job of this one. Look at those beautiful statues. It's like a Lady Justice. Got the sword and the scales, scrubbed cartouche. Check this dude out. Kind of green manny looking. Got horseshit narrative writing there. That looks Celtic, however you want to say it. Our country. Got drug dealer there. He's getting his drugs sold. There's more pavement light there and there and there. Got Clone of Fred there. And look at this crappy overhang right here. This awning. I mean, come on. Seriously, look at the quality that is next door. And then look at this building. I know it's a crappier building. But are you telling me that the same people built that built this overhang here? That put the roof on this? I mean, the posts look okay, but they got a ladder. That's our technology. That's our kind of stuff. And for you Photoshop friends out there, people they're like the Photoshop pictures. I've run across a bunch of Photoshop pictures, so we'll be finding those over the next couple weeks. architectural urns. So look forward to those. Ether antenna. Gosh, there's a lot. Look at it. Unscrubbed cartouche, got some lettering on it. I would say they're saying that's an A and a B and a C. But, you have to wonder, did they find this thing with an A, B, and a C written on it, and they just named it Australian Bank of Commerce? Just a thought. I don't know. Look at those columns. Damn. Those are, that right there, that's Mudflood porn right there. I mean, that good gracious. Torus fields on the columns. Gosh. Got a griffin up here on top. There's your griffin. Phoenician shells. Reminds me of the circumpunct. A little too elaborate, but still cool. That's very Torus fieldy looking right there. Phoenician shell. Of course, your ether antennas. Got to bring in that ether energy. That is a pine cone representing the pineal gland. There's more griffins right there. Good gracious. I wish that was in better detail. Look at that thing. Unscrubbed cartouche. Man, oh man. More griffins over here. Looks like an everlasting flame there. Eternal flame. It's like a griffin and an eternal flame. That's an interesting thing. Gosh, that's cool. Look at that. That is BAD badass right there. That building is off the hook. Oh, we got to do some investigation down here. Let's see. We got cobblestone brick road. We need to investigate, make sure it's melted or not melted. And after research and determination, I've determined that is not a melted brick road. What we have here is, let's see, a basement of the Candler building during construction in Atlanta, Georgia. And what struck me as interesting about this picture is that from my research shows that Atlanta, Georgia is a viaduct city. And so this up here, this level that they're standing on is a viaduct, yet they have this building that goes 2 floors at least below the ground level, and then it's brick. And, brick is not a good foundational material. So that's really strange. And it's weird how the way this is designed, to me, this looks like a retaining wall that was built to retain what's over here on this side. I don't know. This is just me thinking on this. I don't really have the answers. I'm just kind of throwing it out there, what I'm seeing. Got a cart here being held up by this pulley system. And this right here is an old telecommunications line. And what they would do is this was a trunking tower. And what they would do is they would run the telegraph lines up to this. And then they would trunk off of that round. It was a rounded piece. And then they could trunk off. They would run it up the pole and then trunk it off of that. Arched windows. And this, look at all the debris down here on the ground. I don't know, it's a very suspect picture. Not seeing any evidence of doors and windows. I have a feeling that we made this, but we made it not as much for a foundation as we did to keep back the other side. I don't know, just me thinking. Okay, we got carrying wool in Sydney, Australia. And I want you guys to concentrate and use your Jedi mind powers on this image and tell me what's wrong with it. Holler out in the chat. Let's see if you're on your A game tonight. There is some very interesting things wrong with this picture. I'm going to leave it there for a second and let you kind of think it through, because as you know from watching my show, now these pictures are wonderful, but when you zoom in, they become incredible. So take a long, hard, good look at it and see if you can figure out what's wrong with it. Now, yeah, I see the sky. Now, the vanilla sky, I'll tell you, is basically a very easy guess. There's a lot more going on than just vanilla skying. It's obviously vanilla sky because you can see the original glass plate negative up here. See, that's a crack in the glass plate negative. But there's some more interesting stuff. Now, let me get in here and let's look around here a little bit. Got Fred over here. Fred's got his buddies with him, and they're going to move this wool around on these big, nice carts. We got some good Australian, I guess, prisoner kin here. So everybody was a prisoner at one point, from my understanding. We got some fellers sitting up here, some fellers standing up here. Obviously, they've been vanilla skied. I mean, that's obvious stuff. You got poles, electrical poles that have been, or telegraph poles that have been vanilla skied. That's interesting. You got arch windows. Let's see if we can find anything else that's interesting. I'll go ahead and get you over here. Now, this is interesting. Do you see what's weird about that? Okay, obviously you got a guy sitting here and they've cut his head off, but did you notice this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy? Well, how about this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy, and this guy, and this guy? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 guys missing, and one with his head chopped off. So that's 14 that have been vanilla skied out of the image. But if you're doing back here, you can't tell that. It just looks like they're sacks on top or a covering on top. Even when you get closer, it's hard to tell. So that is a photo manipulation right there. So there you go. And we got Enquirer Building in Columbus for the Ledger newspaper in circa 1930s. This is in Columbus, Georgia. And let's see what we can find. It's like some kind of cartouche. I think yes. Let's see if you can guess. See if you can see what's wrong with this image. Take a real close look at that image. Now remember that these images were originally, they wanted to use these as postcards. So most people didn't get to see them the way you're getting to see them now. And they would put them in books, and when they would put them in the books, they would take a photograph that would, when they took the second photograph of it, it wouldn't look like the original. So when you look at the original, you look back and you can see all kinds of details. So this is the original glass plate negative. I'll let you go ahead and get in there a little bit. You can see that this is original here. But as you can see here, there's something weird going on, and over here and here and here, here and here and here and here and here. Okay, now I've got some better images. This is one of those images where I had to take several images of it to get the high res. So this is a semi-high res image, but I'm going to show you the high res here in a second. And you got some weirdness up here on the architectural urns. You got weirdness there. You see these X marks here. That's possible they were trying to say, vanilla sky it. Got weirdness up here. Got some weirdness over here. It's got scrubbed cartouche there. You got weirdness there. You got weirdness. Look at these lines really close. Okay, now let's go to the closer up images. Now these are high res. And what they've done is they've gone in and painted them to make them look better. So these are photo manipulated with paint. They'd have artists that would manipulate the images to make them look better for a secondary photograph to be taken of them. You see these little bits of paint on there, and they would highlight things to make them look better for the pictures. There's probably even more paint on here than I can even tell. You got it up here, got some there. You see it real good here, real good there. So that's 100% photo manipulation of old world pictures. There you go. And I hope you can see the lines there where they've grayed out the electrical lines. So anyways, hope you enjoyed that. That's this is General Post Office in Sydney, Australia. Told you it was going to be some Australia. So let's get in there and see what this one's about. Of course, we got Fred down here doing what Fred does. Got a flat earth asterisk in the manhole cover there in case you need that. We got a cobblestone road, so we better investigate that. And let's give it a good look over. And yep, it looks just like regular old brick you get at Lowe's, although it's, old brick. So no, that's not melted brick. Check out these beautiful street lamps. Incredible. Got Tartarian line on there. Those are cool. I bet those are old ether lights. Very interesting. Check out whatever that doodad is right there. Oh, that's your squatting man symbol right there. So that's a symbol for flat earth right there. That's the squatting man symbol. Or you can think of it as that I forget what it's called, but the Indian technology, the thing they held in their hands, the electrical weapon thingy. But it's the same thing. It's the same symbol, the squatting man. Phoenician lady. Look at this honeycomb sidewalk. That's really cool. I'm not sure what's going on right there. That's kind of suspect right there. This right here, it's not a very good enough picture to make a determination what it is. It looks Phoenician there. Got all these heads on the front. I mean, these prisoners, these prisoners could have started a contractor business because, they really know how to build some shit. They shipped them down there and put them in a jail cell and then gave them a hammer and a chisel and told them to go build this right here. Arched windows, arched doorways. Just absolutely incredible. The narratives just don't make no damn sense. I'm sorry. Architectural urns. And of course, there's brick underneath this. This is just facade. You get up under this lace skirt right here, you're going to find brick. I870 architectural urns. And no, I do not believe giants are inside of those. Some people believe that. And it's okay. We're all, entitled to our own thinking. But my thinking is that's not a giant's urn. Got the clock Mandela effect with the 4 1s. Tartarian lion, Phoenician lady. Got an ether antenna. This thing is very machine looking right here. That's crazy. It's been vanilla skied, obviously. More Phoenician ladies up there. Check that out. Looks like the winged disc in some form right there. Okie dokie. Alrighty. Phoenician shell. A wind catcher up here. That's an interesting clock. We got clocks at Omega Mart on aisle 6. You got 4 for the price of 1, and 1 is very expensive. Look at that. It's glassed in right there up on the cupola. And look at the weirdness around that right there. You see that strangeness around the antenna, around the top? That means that there's something strange going on in that photo right there. That shouldn't be there. And then you have this right here, which is the vanilla sky that wasn't removed. This could be, I don't know what that is. That's really weird because this is vanilla sky. I don't know. That's weird because this could be, I don't know. That's really strange. It's been vanilla sky. That's for sure. I don't know. That's a very weird thing right there. Check out that light up there on that ether antenna. Ether fencing. Got more ether fencing over here. Got part of the wind catcher. That'd be your wind catcher. Those would be parts of the wind catcher. And a wind catcher was their way of getting fresh air and air regulation through the building. So look into wind catchers. Might learn you something. We got General Post Office in Sydney. It's another picture of the same building. Let's see. Looks like an obelisk with a stone ball finial. What the hell does that say? 1835 Phoenician shell on top. Let's see if we can find anything up here. See, this one doesn't have that strangeness. Looks like glass up there. Phoenician shell. Reason it's nice to look at different pictures is because they would have different resolutions. They'd be taken at different angles and you can see different things. So you can see the ether fencing on this one better now, which is helpful. That's pretty cool right there. It's the ether fencing right here. So he's part of the wind catcher right there. That probably an exit for the wind catcher porthole. So this is, I wonder if, hold on. That's odd. They added another layer. Look at that. Start looking at it from this point is here. This is all new. Oh, that's weird. See, that's why it's cool to look at these different photos of the same building. See, I did not see that. Yeah, it's wild. You have to wonder what's going on there. Maybe they're old world photographs and they updated them. Look, the lamps are different. Look, got this lamp. I wonder if there's a date on this thing. Oh, that's right. The dates, they weren't sure. These came out of a dude's collection and they weren't sure about the exact date. So it was like such a broad range in the date that they couldn't make a determination as to exactly what date. But look, they've changed these lights. So you get better detail on that. These pictures were obviously taken at different times, though. That's really weird right there. It keeps standing out. Got a ghost fella right there. I think that right there is pavement light right there. Look at that light. There's Fred getting Fred and done. Got a Tartarian line there. Looks like might be another one right there. That is incredible. Look at this crazy ass light pole right here. Doesn't that look techie? Maybe a laurel leaf of control right there. Wow. And that's that clock. This is, they've added this. That is so wild looking. Oh, I forgot to put you. There you go. Sorry, guys. I don't have JJ running, so I don't know if I'm in full screen or not. Okay, got an ether antenna up there. That should be a little better for you guys to see. Hey, hello, Kamada, James Sharp, Daniel Becker. That's all I see right now. I don't know why they don't make it so you can see more. There's that squatting man symbol right there. That is a symbol for flat Earth. That's my opinion. And like they say, opinions is like tail holes. Everybody's got one. That's mine. You can have yours. They fixed this roof here. Whoa, look at that. Wait a minute. Is that no, that's a different building. Okay, never mind. I was thinking it was that other building with that crappy roof, and then I looked up here. Okay, I got my head on my tail now. We got it together. We got the action. It might be Pooper Scooper Man's cart right there, in case you're a Pooper Scooper Man follower. Some people are. To each his own. Okay, let's move on. Here's another angle. I think this is the last one in the series, but this one's at a different angle, and check out that crazy ass light pole, and look at those lines going up there. Look at that! Holy crap! They would not allow that today. Look at that! It goes right in. Oh my gosh! Okay, wow. And look, this is when they had the old lights. It's like a Tartarian line on there. Boss man right there. There's Fred. Fred's doing what Fred does. Look, good grief, these people are just decadent. It's just the way they live. It's, man. The wealthy today don't live like this. This is weird, all these lines going across this way. That is really, I wonder if that's something on the negative or something. I don't know. That's kind of weird. Hold on. Buttons aren't toys. Let's see what we got back here. Architectural urns. Check out that building. Got the finials up there. There's the wind catcher. It had other functions, but letting the air in was one of them. The air would come in, and then it would shoot down through tunnels through the building, and they could regulate the airflow. It's been vanilla skied. That right there, that cabling is something else. They would definitely not allow that today. Okay, let's move on. We got historic grindstone, Baldwin County, Georgia, 1930s. And I just thought this was interesting. It says this rock ground the clay that made the first sewer pipe manufactured in the South, 1861. So I thought that was just an interesting factoid. That's a big ass grinding stone. I guess that's the image of the pipe, the clay pipe that they would make the drains out of. I just thought it was an interesting image. Okay, we got Tallulah Falls Hydroelectric Power Plant. This is somewhere in Georgia. I'm not sure where. And I believe these are old world buildings. Check out these arches underground here, right here, going down in. Look at those windows. Those are badass. Big ass garage door. Look at that thing. What are they taking in that thing? Why do you need a door that big? What is going on there? There's another one right here. It's not as big. You got this weird rail or track here going up the side of this non-melted mountain. Melted mountains. I heard that the tards this week talking. They were saying, well, all melted, all mount. They, I had to pull the clip, but it was basically all mountains are melted buildings, and then they literally turned right around in the same sentence says, "Well, we're not saying all mountains are melted buildings. We're just saying the ones we look at are melted." Wait a minute, you just said all mountains are melted buildings, and then you turn right around and say you're not saying that. I mean, they don't even know what they don't know the ass from the elbow. That's the problem. They don't have a clue what they're talking about. That is a mountain right there. I've been in those. Okay. Georgia mountains. Hell, I've been in those. I don't know if I've been to this mountain, but I've been in mountains in this area. And they ain't melted buildings. Not saying there's not melted buildings possibly in our realm in some places, but when you claim all mountains are melted buildings, which they do, then you're talking out your ass. And that's just facts. Get your knickers in a bunch if you want. I don't give a damn. Technical college. Olmito? What? I have no idea. Ultimo. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right. This is somewhere in Australia. So we'll blame it on the Australians. Let's see. Save your questions for later, everybody. And we'll come back later and look at questions. I don't have JJ pulling the questions this week, so you have to give me a break this week. We'll look at questions later, but just try to hold the questions, and we'll look at that later. Just that looks Moorish to me. That's really cool. Kind of green manny looking there. That wall looks like it could be new. Look at those arches. That's beautiful brickwork. Very artistically done. Look at those arches. That is a really cool building. I bet that right there cost buku dollar just to. That's not standard masonry work, y'all. That is. Look at that. The art, those columns are rounded right there. That is cool. And see that right there is, that would be part of the old wind catcher system, and we came in and we used them as fireplaces, and then if you really study the old fireplaces, you'll realize that they did not use them for fireplaces very long because several things would happen. One, they wouldn't heat very well. Two, they'd burn the house down. Three, they'd ruin the fireplace. Then they came up with special inserts like the Franklin stove and things to accommodate that problem. But yeah, we didn't. Those fireplaces were not fireplaces. They were not meant to burn wood in. And if you've ever had a fireplace, you'll understand why. That's just not their function. Here's another picture of the same facility. I don't know which picture was taken first. I don't see anything out of place. This image is not as good, but I figured we take a look at while we had it up. Okay, we got firefighters, OB Cashews Company, and Atlanta Service Warehouse, Atlanta, Georgia. And I don't know if you guys are seeing anything weird in this image, but this is also a photo manipulated image. And the reason I say that is because they have painted the fire streams here. See that? That's painted. So you have arched windows up here, stone block work there. But they would do this for, like, if they wanted to use this photograph in a like a newspaper, and the stream wasn't good enough for in the picture, so they would add some paint to it to make it look so it would pop off the newspaper a little bit. Okay, we got Her Majesty's Theater, Sydney. Okie dokie. And we got some weirdness in this picture. See if you can find it. Meanwhile, we'll get in here. We'll go take a look at Fred. And we got some more brick cobblestone to check out and investigate. And they got it going in different directions. So that's cool. And I have, after investigation, I have determined that is basically brick that is not melted. I'm still looking. I'm going to continue to look for this melted brick. I'm going to just search high and low until I find it, because they say it's out there. They say it's out there, and I'm going to find it, because the truth seeker says it's out there. And if it's coming from the truth seeker, I'm assuming that it's the truth. So I've got to find that truth. I'm going to keep looking. So, I'll keep looking. You keep saying it, I'll keep looking. Got Boss Man over here doing what Boss Man does. Got a lot of ghost people on the front of the building. Whoops, buttons aren't toys. You got an underground grate there and there and there and there and there and there. And it could be a pavement light, but it looks more like a grate. Got some fencing there. Alrighty. Bank. Yeah, okay. A lot of banking going on back then. Look at the size of that door. That's big. And the pooper scooper man. Got an arched doorway there. Check out that electrical line right there. Oh, let's see. There's Ghost Fred right there. Look at these crappy overhangs right here. That's Mr. Contractor built that. See, Mr. Contractor could build things. It's just Mr. Contractor couldn't build things like Mr. Contractor says Mr. Contractor could build. I'm just saying. Look at these arches. Jeez. Big ones, little ones, everything in between. Her Majesty's Theater. Yeah. Ding dong, the queen is dead. She's pushing daisies. Or she just, went and got herself another meat suit. I don't know which. Y'all see anything weird yet? Anyone? Bueller? At the fencing on the top here. Finials, at their finials. A wind catcher. Got a flag on that one. That's a rarity. How about that? Now, if we look here, we can see that there are electrical lines. You see right here, got the electrical pole with the little glass insulators there. And then the electrical lines go over here, and they're all in front of here, and they disappear. What they did was they vanilla skied them out. I don't know why they didn't take them all the way out. Not sure about that. You can see the vanilla skying there. So there's more proof of photo manipulation. All the pictures will be in the description if you want to go do your own research. Hello, Michael Joshua Lewis. Got a bunch of Australia pictures for you this week. So I know you're chomping at the bit. Let's see. Mutual Life Assurance Office in Sydney. This is between 1891 and 1917. And that's the date of those, all the pictures we're showing for Australia. They're all in that date, but they didn't know exactly when. So we got Fred down here doing what Fred does. This fella's bored. That seat looks uncomfortable. That looks like it just hurt your butt. We got a brick cobblestone road here. Got to investigate that, make sure it's not melted. Looking real close for melted brick. I don't even see a clinker brick. So I'm going with that is non-melted brick road. Sorry, True Seeker 69. I'll keep looking. Got pavement light, Mudflood Winters, more pavement light there. Let's see. Big doors. Phoenician ladies. Look at that dude. Looks like he's got a turban on his head. Unscrubbed cartouche. That's a portal. You see the window, how it opens? You see how they're a little bit open there? That's how they would regulate the air. So every one of these could turn open, and depending on which one they open, depending on how much air and where that air went to. Torus fields. We wrote that on the building. And these kind of windows here are also part of the wind catcher system. At their antennas. That is incredible building. Had something going up there. Looks like they chopped it off in the vanilla skying of the image. Unscrubbed cartouche. Unscrubbed cartouche is there too. Check that out. Wow. Look at these heads. This one looks like an African. Interesting how they have different Phoenician shell. Large door. Let's get back over here. Pavement light, grated underground. Pavement light there, pavement light there. Turkish bath. Very common back then. Get in there, wash your ass. Let's see. Reading this sign here backwards. Sorry for that. Let's see. What else? Did we have something over here? That is a bad spot in the glass plate negative, if anybody's wondering. I think we've got that one pretty good. That's Ghost Man right there. I think we got that one pretty good. Okay, we got Old Capitol on Marietta Street in Atlanta, Georgia before 1889. And this is another photo manipulated image. And this is labeled as the Old Capitol, right? I guess that's the Old Capitol there. And what they've done to help you understand this image is that the buildings on the right and the left are, and possibly the one in the back, but it's hard to tell, are a photograph, because you can read, it says photo. Okay, they wrote photo on here because this was originally a photo. And then what they do is they'd hand it off to a manipulator, the photo manipulator, and what they would do is they would paint in things into the image. This was a very common practice back then. This is how they would Photoshop. And then they would take a picture of this, and then when they presented it to you in a newspaper at a low resolution, it would look like a photograph. You wouldn't take any notice of it because you would think, oh, well, the photography's not that good, So it would look normal. But all this right here is painted. I got a feeling that this building right here is painted too. But this is a mixture of real and not real. There's that where you have the big arch, the two little arches in the circle. Find that all over the world. There it goes up all three there. You see how they vanilla skied it, and then they added in this white back here to look like clouds. And I think no, I didn't get any closer. But anyways, that gives you an idea of that. This is a Prince Alfred Hospital. I think I got multiple images of this one. This is in Sydney. Okay. Grass lawn. That's an oddity at that time. Architectural urns. Arched doorways there. Can't really see that too good. Look at the arches going into the ground right there. Up under the stairs. And these things look like they might, to me, have come off the top of here. And for some reason they brought them down. I wonder if some of them got broke and they decided to bring them down. And I don't know. They don't look right there. They don't look like they go there to me. And these are interesting right here, little ether finials on top of the vents here. And these would be part of the wind catcher system. And if you look at more recent photographs of this building, if it is here or later in time after they do the roofs, they would take these off. They would remove them a lot of times. You got ether finial up here and here. This is part of the wind catcher here and here. You got ether fencing with the finials. Wind catcher parts here. Ether finial. I bet Michael Joshua Lewis is having him a ball tonight. All this Australia. Got ether finial there. And check out this chimney. That's a very odd thing right there. I don't know. It just looks very strange. Okay, this is Prince Albert Hall. This is a different angle. And that is very odd looking there. Some kind of cartouche that's not scrubbed. I mean, look at this. Okay, look at that beautiful building, and then look at this shitty little fence. What the hell? Seriously, look at the quality of that fence compared to that building. I mean, come on. I mean, obviously, this right here, wasn't here. I mean, look, this thing goes right on into the ground. Kind of looks like reminiscent of the squatting man, but I don't know. I can't see it good enough. Ether finial there. Check out that line going up right there and then going down the building. You see that? Going right into the ground. And they'll say that's a lightning rod. Is it? Or is there more to that? I don't know. I'm just asking questions. Just asking questions. Ether finial, fencing. Look at all these little ether pieces right here. These little ether, they're little etherican pieces. There's that large arch, two small arches, and a circle symbol. Don't know what it means. See it a lot though. Looks like a stained glass. Beautiful. I found some good ones going into the. I found every now and then. See, here's the thing, y'all. They are actively okay. These glass plate negatives are stored in the archives, okay, all around the world. And they have recently figured out how to digitize them. Now, something I also learned this week is that these digitized images actually are not even as good a quality as the digitizing actually takes down the quality of these images. So these images are actually better than we are able to see. If we could see these things in real life, they would be even better. But these things are stored in boxes and they're glass. They're very fragile, especially now. A lot of them are broken. They've gotten scratched. They've gotten dented and dinged. And they figured out how to digitize them. And so what you have is like in this archive, they had a whole like it was all logged what they had, but then they only had half of them digitized. And so you would see a picture here, you would see a picture there, but then they'd have the name of the picture, but not in the picture, and they would say not digitized yet. So basically, there's going to be more and more of these images coming out all the time, all around the world in these different archives. And not all archives are doing it because not all archives know how to do it. But there's people that are learning, and there's new archives coming out all the time. So I encourage you look for digital archives, and this is a great way to find these images. Search, decide a location, a country, or a city, or a state, or a college, or a county. Um, decide kind of a targeted location, and once you have your targeted location, add like put the name. Let's say Sydney. You want to do Sydney, Australia. Put in Sydney, Australia digital archives, and then look for a digital archives. Once you find a digital archives, do a search for glass plate negative and see what you find. And if you're lucky, you'll find something like this. Sydney Hospital. Got boss man down here smoking his pipe. And this 2003 is when they would have digitized it. So that's not a recent photo, just so you know. This old photo. Tours fields with a lady in the image. Welcome, hey Maggot and Drew Duncan. Welcome. You got that little tiny cartouche with the head in it. It's been Vanilla Skied, obviously. You can see it's Vanilla Skied real easy. That's the wind catcher. Most of these buildings had wind catchers. Now they quit using them. They didn't use them for a whole long time, but this one goes in the ground. You can see the railing here and the stairs going down there. So that one goes down in the ground. Unscrubbed cartouches, scrubbed cartouche. I think these are old ether lights right here. These round kind. There's Fred for his Horse Built America, in case you're unaware and uninformed. Got a big arch there, another big arch. You can see it's Vanilla Skied. Very cool. Yeah, and the prisoners built it. This is a 20th century reproduction of a heavily retouched photograph of late 19th century horse-drawn fire steamer pumper. Now, this is a photograph that has been painted over. And so originally you'd have this as a photograph, and then they'd have the painter come in and they would paint over top of what was there. So there's very little that's left that's original. Like back here, you can tell is original. And back here, maybe these guys, but this, and even possibly everything in the background, but it's hard to tell. But they would do stuff like this for, putting in newspapers and things like that. But that actually was started off as a photograph. This is how the picture was labeled: 20th century reproduction of heavily retouched photograph of late 19th century horse-drawn steam pumper. So that's just something interesting. We got Providence, Rhode Island, circa 1910, Westminster Street. I'll give you a good gander at that. Hope everybody's doing well in the chat. Got 34 folkies watching tonight. Thank you for your time and your support. Trying to bring new ideas, new research, new images, new things to the table here, Phoenician shell, that we can learn and try to come up with better research and better ideas. None of us has all the answers. I don't have all the answers. I have a few answers, but I don't have all of them. We each have a little something. So I'm going to scroll up here. Okay, let's look back down here. Got a clock. Got Fred's Horse Build America. Let's see. I move around quick, so you just have to keep up. The link to the images is in the description, so you can go do your own looking and thinking. Put them in your collection. It's kind of weird right there. Flat Earth asterisks right there. It's been vanilla skied. That's dog toothing. Pyramid symbology. Scrubbed cartouche. Keystones. Crappy awnings. We installed those. Architectural urns. Ether antenna going up. Getting the free energy off of there. Look at that cornice work. Good grief. That's a really cool building, except for those crappy awnings. Big arches. She's incognito. Let's see. Stoneball finials, ether antennas. Dude hanging out the window for some random reason I don't want to know. We got a lot of brick there, so Mr. Ewar, we need you to count that brick for us. I got ether antennas. Alrighty, so let's move on. We got Richmond and Backus Company office, Detroit, between 1900 and 1910. Got a cobblestone brick road, which after careful research and determination, I determined that it is not a melted brick road. Sorry, Dren Truth Seeker 69, but you're going to have to play again. Got arched windows, safe deposit vaults, Wayne County Savings Bank. Got Mudflood windows down here. Old World Fire Hydrant. Boss Man standing there. Oh, wait. That's Junior Boss Man. That's Boss Man right there. Sorry, I get confused. You know how all these boss men are. They all look the same. That's a weird thing right there. I wonder what that is. I don't know. That's weird. Old World Fire Hydrant. Some jackass revving his car up outside. It's annoying. I don't want to hear your car, you dumbass. Oh, good Lord. That's pretty. Look at that. Man. We just don't know how to build nothing these days right. Yeah, we could build stuff. Just the quality. Look at that. Architectural urn. And then we write shit on the side of buildings like that. It's been vanilla skied. Welcome, Patrick Lewis. I'm trying to keep an eye on the chat. Say hello, Seafra. Got Laurel Leaf Control. You got the Phoenician Wave right there. Phoenician Shell. That's cool. Got portholes up here. Phoenician shells on top. Tartarian lions across the front and the sides. At their antennas here and here. Got more brick, of course, so we're going to need E-War to count that brick. And once you get all that brick counted up, E-War, and you tell me that it's easy for us to create all that brick in the time frame they say it was, able to manufacture that brick, then I want you to figure out how they fired all that brick. Because if you don't fire the brick, you don't got brick. Got Salem, Massachusetts, circa 1906, Essex Street, looking north from Town Square. And Fred's back there doing what Fred does, getting all the brick here. That's what Fred does. Got to investigate this cobblestone road for Truth Seeker 69. Make sure she understands that this is not a melted brick road, and that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my fucking life. Excuse my French, but that's how you say it. Boss man, lady in uniform. She kind of looks like she's not even there. That's kind of weird. I see a lot of that. Okay. Got the all-seeing eye if you care to see that. That's your thing. Whatever. Stoneball finial. Stoneball finials. These people just decked to the nines. People in uniform. There's a working man or two. Got trolleys. There's a barber pole. I always look down when I see those. There's a clock. Clocks are expensive. Got ether antennas up there and there. Got a little newsy fellow. Got a grate over the Mudflood window there and there. That's weird. I hadn't seen that kind of thing before. That's an arc light. Looks like a fleur-de-lis, which is a symbol for the flat earth. That could be, in the neighborhood of a flat earth asterisk right there. In the neighborhood, there's a weird thing right there. I mean, it looks like a wind catcher, but I don't think that's old world. I don't know. It looks like something we might have added. That's a little sketchy. Not going to make a determination on that one. Let's see. Look at that pole right there. It's leaning up against that wall. That's kind of strange. Okay, what else we got? San Francisco, circa 1921, Doors 680 touring sedan at Spreckles Mansion. Okay. So this is after the Do attack. Looks like that dude from Willy Wonka. Scrubbed cartouche, little cherubs. This is a half of a flat earth asterisk. Look at that ironwork there. Beautiful. Just top-notch quality. Look at that. There's a trolley line there. Okay. Got Security Mutual Life Insurance Company building, Birmingham, New York, circa 1905. Okie dokie. Let's see. There's something weird there. I don't know what that's, a sign or something. Got Ghost Fred right there. He's moving so fast you can't even see him. That's how he got all this brick out of here. Got a porthole there. That old church back there. These right here are raised platforms. I would suspect that these have pavement light in them, even though you can't see them very well. This, all this, all this, all this, all that is pavement light. Pavement light is glass sidewalks that allow light into the basement. My opinion is that that is cover up for the mud flood. Looks like they're doing some construction work right there on the bottom level. Look like how they have these covered in. That's a flat earth asterisk right there. Scrubbed cartouche. Another scrubbed cartouche there. Scrubbed cartouche on either side. They are renovating this building. Got clonifreds everywhere. And see, we can build phone poles. See how crooked that phone pole is, and that one. That's what we can build. Mr. Contractor took that job on. Mr. Contractor can handle building a crooked ass. This is a water. What they would do is they would have this horse that rode around with a tank on the back of his cart, and they would fill the tank with water. And there's the sewer line here, and the water would then be sprayed on the roads to keep the dirt down, to keep the dust down. And this right here is what they would fill it from. So this would turn over to the street here, and it would fill that tank. In case anybody cares, check out that ether looking thing right there. There's a mud flood drop in right there. Mud flood windows. Got a ladder lean. Got a mud flood drop in there. Pavement light there. Torus field on the columns. Phoenician shell. Hello, Jughead 69. Sig Sur. Three fingers. Some of these names, I just butcher them. So you know who I'm talking about. Just take it in stride. I get called all kinds of weird shit. I can't tell you how many people call me different versions of BEAGS. Got a Tartarian lion right there, Stoneball finial. We'll get to questions later on. I don't have JJ tonight. She's in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, swimming for her life with her family. I told them to tie each other together so they don't lose each other. So they're in the middle of a hurricane right now. Hopefully she'll swim back to shore next week. She's without internet. I don't know about power. She was in the chat earlier talking from her phone, and she said the cell service was real bad. But anyways, send your love and light out to her and her family and all the people in Florida that are struggling tonight. They could all use a little extra. Scrubbed cartouche up there. Torus fields, more scrubbed cartouches. Dripping fruit, don't know what to call it. Let's see, Stoneball finials. There's a Tartarian line on a scrubbed cartouche. That is very cool right there. At their finial right there. That's Moorish looking. Arched windows. Check out that ether finial right there. That ain't a Christian symbol, y'all. Just saying. Okay, we got Sydney. Oh, this is we already looked at this one. I must have put that one in there twice. Let me look and make sure. Yeah, that's the same picture. Okay, I was making sure I got it in there. We got the Syracuse, New York, circa 1900. Onondaga County, okay, Savings Building and Veteran Park. Okay, whatever. This dude's down in the mud doing something. Got Fred right here. He is a grocer today, but Fred's the one that brought in all the brick here. In case you're wondering who Fred is, Fred is the horse that built America. There's Boss Man smoking his pipe. Got Ghost Lady right there. Got an arch doorway back there. This is Veteran Park. Well, that's such a nice park for veterans. Yeah. Okay. And let's see what we're going to find. Let's see. Scrubbed cartouche there and there. That doorway goes down in the ground, it looks like, to me. Hard to tell, but that's what it looks like. Looks like there's a drop in right there with a big ass arch. Got something going on in the front of this building, probably Mudflood windows down there. Hard to make a determination on that. At their lighting right here, arched windows. These windows are part of a wind catcher. Scrub cartouches, I-884, I-896. Phoenician shell. La-di-da. Let's see. Arch windows. Flat earth asterisks right there. Kind of looks like a swastika right there, but hard to tell. Arched windows. Alrighty, diamond symbology. These are portholes, part of a wind catcher. Looks like sunlight. Kind of looks like a green man, Taurus field. At their antenna. Okay, I think that's about. Oh, wait, we got brick cobblestone here. We need to check that for melting. And after a very extensive research of the cobblestone brick road, I've determined that True Seeker 69 has been found wanting yet again. It is not melted. Utica, New York, St. James Hotel between 1900 and 1910. And we've got a fellow working down in the dirt here along this old world fire hydrant there, and got mud flood windows there in case you need some of them. Big arch windows and doors, more arches. Arches, arches, arches. Little newsy fellows. That's probably pavement light right there. That too, that too, that too, that too. Hard to tell, but that's what it looks like. Probably right there. You got a mud flood window there, and there's a mud flood window right here. Kind of hard to see, but it's there. If you got the eyes to see. There's Boss Man right there. Big ass arched windows. Keystoning. Oh, buttons aren't toys. And we got another mud flood window down there. Arch windows. Going up, going up. What do we got? Anything? It's been Vanilla Sky. Got Dog Tooth. Look how unnecessary that brickwork is. Absolutely unnecessary. I mean, it's cool. It's beautiful. Don't get me wrong, but it's unnecessary. In this time frame, I mean, I don't know. It just seems very unnecessary. Pyramid symbology. All right, what else we got? Washington, D.C., Pennsylvania Avenue, west from 11th Street between 1900 and 1910. And there's the nation's capital. There's Boss Man right there. Trolley lines with a third rail. Third rail either used a conduit electrical system below or a pulley system like they used in San Francisco. They still use it today. And they would drop a line down into the ground and it will pull it along, either electrically or pull it along physically. And Jared Boosters did a real good video a while back on that. So check out Jared Boosters, who's going to be on the Autodidactics soon. I'm really looking forward to that because I believe it's his first interview. So maybe, just maybe down the road, he'll grace me with his presence and allow me to chitty chat with him and do a little chin wagging. I'd love to talk to Jared Boosters. Hint, hint. Hint, Jared, hint. I know you're out there. He watches. And I watch him. Got Mudflood drop in, Mudflood windows, portholes. Same goes for Conspiracy RS and Mind Unveiled. If you'd like to talk, speak, that would be wonderful. I'm scheduled to do a chinwag with Paul Cook Monday, tentatively. So I hope that we can work that out because I've been looking forward to talk to Paul. So he reached out to me, and I hope that we can make that contact and have a nice little chat. I find Paul's research absolutely fascinating. Got portholes, more portholes here all the way across. That's part of the wind catcher, architectural urns, ether antenna, more portholes, more portholes, more portholes. There's another porthole. Mudflood windows, Mudflood drop-in, Mudflood windows. And you got Fred right here. Fred is the horse to build America. In case you're unaware and uninformed, Mudflood drop-in. Might be pavement light right there. Got another trolley. Got Mudflood windows back here. We had to add these steps. That's not the original level. Let's see. I'm all lost around this picture. Look at these lights. It's a big picture. Got clonifreds lined up. Let's see. Where are we going to go? National Engraving Company. Ether antenna, ether antenna, ether antenna. Got more portholes back there. Porthole, ether antenna. Ether antennas there. Okay, getting a little hard to see that far back. Let's see if there's anything around here. I think that's the Wicked Witch of the West right there. Okay. We got, let's see. I tell you what, let's take a break here. And let me let the Chihuahua go take him a patrol break. And that way we'll be on track. I tell you what, we're going to watch break videos tonight. Will be in a 3-part series, Demolition of Angel's Flight Vernacular in LA, and it's going to be a 3-part. We'll do 3 different breaks on that to get through it. So enjoy. Take a break. I'll be back in a few minutes.
What is it? Is it Treasure Man?
psychic spies from China try to steal your mind's elation, and little girls from Sweden dream of silver screen quotation. And if you want these kind of dreams, it's Californication. It's the edge of the world and all of Western civilization. The sun may rise in the east, at least it's settled in a final location. It's understood that Hollywood sells Californication. They are searching very well to break the spell of aging. Celebrity skin, is this your gin or is that a war you're waging? Firstborn unicorn, heart goes up, dream of Californication, dream of Californication, dream of Californication, dream of Californication. Marry me, girl, be my ferry to the world, be my very own constellation. A teenage bride with a baby inside, getting high on information. And buy me a star on the boulevard, it's Californication. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. And Cobain, can you hear the spears singing songs all station to station? And Alderon's not far away, it's Californication. Born and raised by those who praise control of population. Well, everybody's been there and it don't mean on vacation. Firstborn unicorn, heart goes up, dream of Californication, dream of Californication, dream of Californication, dream of Destruction leads to a very rough road, but it also breeds creation. And earthquakes are to a girl's guitar, they're just another good vibration. And tidal waves couldn't save the world from Californication. They are surging very well to break the spell of aging. Sicker than the
Okay, there. We got our act together. Roscoe Pico Train wanted to come say hello. He done had his patrol. He is back in the house. And he says hello and hopes everybody's doing okay. Now, that's off. Okay, so I was looking at the comments and let's see what we got here. We got there's JJ and there's Otto saying hello. It's talking about convict architecture. I think the wrought iron posts were hitching post. That's from Summer Breeze. Yeah, that's probably right. Let's see, I'd have to go back and look at that, but that sounds right. Big Kush, too much for those horses to pull. Daniel Baker, how did the big cities in Australia have such grand architecture and grand buildings, all prisoner built? Well, that's a good question. The narrative doesn't add up. That picture would make more sense if you told me that it was built by Peter the Great. Is most of Australia descendants of prisoners and criminals? That's a good question for Campbell. I don't. I think a lot of them are. I don't know about most. That's not a question that I know how to that I know the answer to. Unfortunately, it's a good question though. Let's see. What else we got here? I want to check. See. Bear with me a second here. I've got some things I wanted to play, but I'm not sure if. Okay, all right, we're gonna skip that. All right, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and get back into it. We'll look at some more questions and comments later. Let me share the screen, and there we go. And we're full screen. Okay, we got Whirl of the Wind, Luna Park, Coney Island, New York, 1905. And this was an old trolley park. Not sure if she's having a good time or not. I can't tell. These lights are cool. This is incandescent lighting. And no, they're not ether lighting. Now they may have been run by etheric, by free energy. That's a possibility. The electricity going to them might have been free energy, but these aren't etheric lights. These are incandescent lights run on knob and tube wiring. So no, Tree Seeker 69, they're not Antiquitech. And we got Scrub Cartouches. Restaurante. There's more knob and tube wiring. You can see the wires going in between the incandescent lights. And again, it's not Antiquitech. We added this. We added the incandescent lights. That's why it looks like crap. Come on. Old World did it nice. We did it crappy. Got incandescent lights all over this. It's not Antiquitech. Some of these rides they had were incredible. They really were wacky. Phoenician ship right there. Look at the detail on that thing. More knob and tube wiring across there. Got eagle on the ball. I don't think the ball is representing what we think it represents. Okay, let's see. Got a lot of ladies in uniform over there, in case you didn't notice that. Here is I got some extra images and data that JJ pulled together before she got lost out in the Gulf of Mexico. So we'll take a look at that and So she found some good stuff. Let's see. This was a very, very popular place. Looks like another world, doesn't it? It's basically the Disneyland of its day. I'm sure that this inspired Walt Disney. There's even speculation that Walt Disney, stole Disneyland. Now, I haven't done the research in that, so I'm not one to talk about that, but I have heard that. At their antennas, knob and tube wiring all over this thing. We added all that. That is not Antiquitech. It's an old picture. It's not a very good one, but it shows you some of these rides. Luna Park. It's kind of odd looking there. You see all the knob and tube wiring all over the thing with the incandescent lights? Not Antiquitech. Sorry to keep harking on that, but when you hear somebody say, that's Antiquitech, look, that's free energy lighting. And you know good and damn well that it's not Antiquitech, that it's regular standard incandescent knob and tube wiring, then you have to say something. It's okay to be wrong. Okay. If you say something and in your research and you're wrong, it's okay, you're wrong. It's best to admit you're wrong instead of continuing to double down on stupid, but some people are just too dumb to get out of their own ass. Venetian shells, unscrubbed cartouche. And let's see. The Whirl of the Whirl was an early swing ride where multiple riders would enter a ship that would then be raised and swung around in circles. This picture shows the ride in 1905. That's that ride we were looking at in the first picture. You can see that's the first picture we're looking at. You got the poor little girl that not sure if she's having a good time or not. This is the Dragon's Gorge. Check out that dragon. Look at that thing. That thing's crazy. That's badass looking. It reminds me of a time ball. That right there. What the ball in that they drop at in New York was designed after. In case you're wondering. Okay, what else we got? At night, all the domes, spires, and towers were lit with over 250,000 electric lights. I have better images of this that show very clearly the knob and tube wiring. You can actually see the wires and the incandescent lamps very clearly. So I have better pictures of this. But yeah, that's all knob and tube wiring with incandescent lamps. It is not, I repeat, not Antiquitech. If it was Antiquitech, I'd be the first one to be like, look, dude, Antiquitech, look, ooh, ooh, ooh. But it ain't. Here you can see a sheep boat skipping across the water as tightrope walkers entertain the crowd above. And there's the chute going there. Tightrope walkers right there. They had a circus up over the water here. Pretty cool. And we got some data to read through. Let's see what we can find. Luna Park was an amusement park in Coney Island, Brooklyn, New York. Luna Park opened in 1903 and operated until 1944. Luna Park was located partly on the grounds of the small park it replaced, Sea Lion Park, the first enclosed and permanent amusement park in North America. That attraction operated between 1895 and 1902. It was the second of the three original, very large, iconic parks built on Coney Island. The other were Steeplechase Park, 1897, and Dreamland, 1904. The park was mostly destroyed by fire in 1944, never reopened, and was demolished 2 years later. Though another amusement park named Luna Park opened nearby in 2010, has no connection to the 1903 park. Okay, what else we got? In 1901, the park's creator, Frederick Thompson and Elmer Skip Dundee, had created a wildly successful ride called A Trip to the Moon as part of the Pan American exhibition at Buffalo, New York. Now, I was watching a documentary the other day on this ride, A Trip to the Moon. That's something you guys might want to look into. That was very interesting. I've got I don't know if I'll ever get to that, but that is a very interesting ride. You should check that out. Very, very wild shit. Uh, the name of the fanciful airship, complete with flapping wings, that was the main part of the ride was Luna, the Latin word for moon. The airship and the later park built around it may have been named after Dundee's sister in Des Moines, Luna Dundee Newman. Excuse me. Excuse me. At the invitation of Steeplechase Park owner George Tillou, Thompson and Dundee moved their show to Steeplechase at Coney Island Amusement Park for the 1902 season. The deal ended at the end of the summer after Thompson and Dundee rejected Tillou's contract renewal offer that cut their take of the profits by 20%. At the end of 1902 season, Thompson and Dundee signed a long-term lease for Paul Boyton's Sea Line Park. Sea Line, the first large-scale enclosed park at Coney Island, had opened 7 years before. The park had several centerpiece rides, but had a bad summer season, and competition with Steeplechase Park made Boynton decide to get out of the amusement park business. Besides the 16-acre Sea Line Park, Thompson and Dundee also leased the adjacent land where the Elephantine Colossus Hotel had stood until it burned down in 1896. This gave them 22 acres. All the land north of Surf Avenue and south of Neptune Avenue and between West 8th and West 12th Streets to build a much bigger park. Thompson and Dundee spent $700,000, although they advertised it as $1 million, to totally rebuilding the park and expanding its attractions. It incorporated some of the rides from Sea Line Park, including Shoot the Chutes. The park's architectural style was an Oriental theme with buildings built on a grand scale and over 1,000 red and white painted spires, minarets, and domes. At night, all the domes, spires, and towers were lit with over 250,000 electric lights. At the center of the park, in the middle of a lake, was the 200-foot tall electric tower that was decorated with 20,000 incandescent lamps, a smaller version of the electric tower that was the crowning feature of the Pan American exhibition 2 years earlier. At the base of the tower was a series of cascading fountains. Eventually, 2 circus rings were suspended over the central lagoon to keep customers entertained between rides. Dragon's Gorge, main lagoon, entrance scene in 1913. Although Luna Park was a success, competitions for visitors ramped up on Coney Island. The next year, a third large-scale park called Dreamland opened up. Dreamland featured 4 times as many lights as Luna Park, an even bigger central tower, and attractions such as End of the World, Feast of Belshazzars, something like that, and Destruction of Babylon, and Lilliput, a miniature village populated by little people. The source indicates that Dreamland also featured more fine architecture and more high-class entertainment. That park survived until 1911. In 1907, Dundee died, leaving Frederick Thompson to run the Luna Park until 1912, when he went bankrupt and lost the park to creditors, although he continued as manager. Luna Park would continue under different management over the years, with rides constantly being changed and updated. The Great Depression saw the park go into bankruptcy several times, starting in 1933. Owners came and went, but none seemed to be able to make a profit. Many exhibits, rides, and shows from the 1939 New York's World Fair moved to Luna Park after the fair closed, and Luna was billed as the New York World's Fair of 1941. With the U.S. entry into World War II, Luna was allowed to stay open as a morale booster, but had to keep its lights dimmed for wartime security. Demise. A fire on August 13th, 1944 destroyed much of Luna Park, costing $800,000 in damage. The park never reopened after the 1944 fire due to legal disputes over the park's insurance money. In August 1946, the park was sold to a company who announced they were going to tear down what was left of Luna Park and build Quonset huts. Nope, don't know what those are, for military veterans and their families. That October, the park was destroyed in another fire. Convenient. And here's some of the rides that they had: Chutes, Carousel, Bridge of Laughs, Canals of Venice, Dragon's Gorge, the War of the Worlds, the Kansas Cyclone, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, Midnight Express, Razzle Dazzle, Helter Skelter, Hagenbeck's Wild Animals, Little Egypt, Teaser, The Tickler, Trip to North Pole, Old Mill, Witching Waves, Chinese Theater, Professor Wormwood's Monkey Theater, Infant Incubators, a display of new type of infant care, A Trip to the Moon, a roller coaster moved to Coney Island between Bowery in 1924 and originally named Drop the Dip. Here's some more pictures. Elephant Ride. That's the Helter Skelter. There were also a grand ballroom concerts, fireworks, and carnival performances. Thompson and Dundee were constantly changing park's attractions, such as replacing the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea in 1905 with the indoor scenic railway called Dragon's Gorge. Although the building of the park included the infamous publicity stunt where Thompson and Dundee executed Topsy the Elephant by electrocution, Park Owner Dundee became fond of the animals, and elephant rides became a feature of the park. And Edison, if I remember from my memory, was the one that provided the electrocution for that elephant, and they blamed it on Tesla. Alrighty. And let's see. Okay, now I think, let me double check. We're on 35. I think we've got, yeah, okay, we've JJ's got a Google drop for us. This is a 1000 Surf Avenue, Brooklyn, New York. I guess this is where the current day Luna Park is. So let's drop down there. Okay, yeah. This is not, this is where it is today, but this is not the original facade. That this was designed after it was kind of a homage to the old Luna Park. So I don't think there's a whole lot here I care to look at. I mean, it's a big amusement park. Pretty cool, but not what we're interested in today. So let's go ahead and get back into our pictures. This is White World, Coney Island, New York, between 1900 and 1905. White World. Okay, that is hold on, we got some brick cobblestone we got to check out, make sure it's not melted, or if it is melted, we got to determine, we got to look and we got to think. And I'm looking and I'm thinking it does look kind of worn down, kind of melty looking, but you know what? That is just from wear and tear and erosion of red brick cobblestone road. Sorry, Jen. You're found wanting again. I'm sorry. You are. Okay, what else we got? Galveston Flood, Harper Rye. That's a big ass thermometer. White World. What the hell does that mean? White World. I don't even know what that is. That's really weird. No idea. Got all these names of, I don't know what that is. Got an arc light there. Looks like an iceberg kind of at their antenna. I'm going with I don't know, White World Restaurant. I'm thinking that has something to do with like the Arctic or North Pole, South Pole kind of stuff, maybe. But I don't know. It's weird. Okay, this is Whitehall Building in New York City between 1900 and 1906. And it looks like we're doing some construction or some renovating, I would say, because we found this building, I'm sure. And Mr. Contractor built these little sheds right here. Mr. Contractor can build a shed because Mr. Contractor is capable of building with wood. But when it comes to building old, massive, old world buildings, I've got better pictures of that little thing that JJ found. We will go look at that. Let's see. Scrub cartouches, dripping fruit, Phoenician wave, Tartarian lions. And she found more data on this building, so we'll go take a look at that. Looks like the bundle of sticks for the fascis. It's a weird symbol there. Don't know what it is. Pyramid symbology. Phoenician shell. Little obelisk on top of there. Scrub cartouche. Cornucopia. Porthole. Very cool. Very nice. Okay, let's go see what else JJ's found. This is Whitehall Building Annex. From my understanding, there was two buildings that were built. We're going to read a little bit into the history. This isn't the best picture. That's the annex being built right there. This is the original Whitehall building, and this is the annex. So who knows how old this picture is. This is see if we got anything. Battery Place building. Mr. Contractor built that little building right there. Got ether antennas up there. Cupola. Okay. Alrighty. There's Fred. Getting the Fredding done. Boss man. Got Mudflood windows right there. Drop-ins. Mudflood drop-ins and windows. More. Ether antenna. Try to save your questions for later in the show. JJ's not with me tonight. She's lost out in the Gulf of Mexico with her family, and so we're wishing them well, hoping they're getting through the storm. She'll be back next week if everything goes well. If they get power back, you never know about these things. Oh boy, there's Fred right there. You can see the Mudflood drop in and windows right there on the bottom. The crown is interesting. You can see the Mudflood windows and drop in right there also. That's the annex building right there. So they say this was built later. We're going to read in the history of that. Not a very good image. And just say, oh well, I'll show you. I'll show you where this is located so you'll have an idea. Cupola. Okay. There's just some pictures she found. Just to give you an idea of the layouts of everything. Here's some detail images. That's a flat earth asterisk right there. Oh, that's a Phoenician, the Phoenician fish. That's not the cornucopia. See, that's why these high res images are so much better. Because it looked like I was looking at this part and it looked like the cornucopia, but that is clearly a fish. See, so I gotta correct my damn self. See how that works. We are not infallible, y'all. The researchers in this community are not infallible. We make mistakes. We are not perfect. I believe this is a cyclorama. I don't know. That's weird. That looks like, okay, they're saying that's an aquarium. That, what that looks like to me? It looks like the same thing that would be called a roundhouse that they then turned into cycloramas, and they're calling this one aquarium. Maybe this was an old world roundhouse. I don't know. I'd have to look into that a little more. That's interesting. It's something to think about. This is a I'm gonna. There's some history I'll read later. About this is Lower Manhattan, and this is the Star Fort here, and that hotel I believe is in this area over here. So it was real near where that Star Fort is, and of course the trade centers were over in this area. But there was the Great Fire of New York. I think it was in 1776. Yeah, Great Fire 70. Yeah, and it burned all this in red here. So they did some old world building destroying. And here is they say that, well, let me get back. Okay, wait a minute. They say that the official story is they took the debris from these burned down buildings and they filled in this area over here, and that they then built this hotel or this building, whatever this thing is. That's the official story. I don't believe it, but there's the building right there. That's Google Earth. This building is right here, and the annex is right here. The Star Fort would have been down this way somewhere. The trade centers would have been up here. That's the annex right there. That's the original building right there. That's the original building. That's the annex. Here's some close-up detail shots. Look at this thing. Got the pine cone, the winged disc, the Cassidus, the eternal flames. That's a powerful symbol right there. Mudflood windows. They've put in the fire stuff into that. Got the dripping fruit. This is all facade. It's brick underneath. Okie dokie. That is just really, really nice. I don't know. Let's see. Got the ironwork here. Really nice. Dripping fruit. I don't know what else to call that. Sometimes Phoenician wave, some scrubbed cartouche, it looks like. So I come up with these little names just to, refer to what I'm talking about. Scrubbed cartouche. Look at that masonry work right there. Look at that. Phoenician shell. Phoenician wave. Tartarian lion. That's just really, really cool. Scrub cartouche. There's a real good one of that symbol. That is very old. That symbology. That's man. That means some shit to somebody right there. I'm telling you that right now. This thing is weird. I've not seen that before. I don't know what that is. Hi, GT8 1982 Mustang. Hey, Frankie. How you doing? See New West Reset. Old World, Michigan. Make sure y'all go like and go sub my new Stuffed Beagle Light channel. I'm posting up all the old mudding with BEAGS videos. I've got every one of the originals up that were pre-recorded, and I'm getting ready to start doing the live shows. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the live shows and remove everything but the mudding portion and put them on my Stuffed Beagle Light channel, and I'll be removing any of the copyright stuff that's on there. So I'm trying to get that channel going, so please go give that channel a sub. I'm trying to get it up to 1,000 subs, and I need 4,000 hours of watch time to make that channel work. So anything you can do, go watch a video, go sub, go like, go comment. All that stuff helpful. Got tourist field. I know it's gonna be a long road to get that channel going, but I need to get that channel going up and going as soon as possible. So I'd appreciate it. Let's see. Hi, Old World, Michigan. Let's see. Okay. Oh wow, look at that. That's crazy looking. Man, that gosh. How do you even explain like to your from the architect to the builder how you want that done? I don't even know. Tartarian lion, ram's head, Phoenician fella there. There's that weird symbol I'm looking for right there, that cartouche symbol. This right here to me looks like a knockoff of old world facading decorations. I don't know. It doesn't look like to me the quality that the old world made. And I think this is on the annex building. So I don't know. That's interesting. That's something to note. That's weird. You got this, go back here. You got this, whatever that is, I'm not sure. But then you seem to have that same thing right here. I don't know what that is. That ironwork is really cool. Got the lion's head in there, the Tartarian lion. Wow. Phoenician wave. Got Fred's all over the bottom here. Okay. I've already seen that. Okay, we got some data here to read through. Let's see what we can find out. Whitehall Building is a 3-section residential and office building near the southern tip of Manhattan Island in New York City, adjacent to Battery Park in Lower Manhattan. The original 20-story structure on Battery Place between West Street and Washington Street was designed by Henry Janeway Hardinsburg, bullshit, while the 31-story Whitehall Building Annex on West Street was designed by Clinton and Russell, probably bullshit. The original building and annex are both at 17 Battery Place. Another 22-story addition at 2 Washington Street, an international-style building located north of the original building and east of the annex, was designed by Morris Lapidus. The original Whitehall building and its annex has a Renaissance Revival style facade, and the 2 original structures articulations consist of 3 horizontal sections similar to the components of a column, namely a base, shaft, and capital being the top. Since the building is located on landfill along Hudson River, its foundation incorporates non-standard design. Now, just so you know, for your knowledge and, fill your head with mush, the base is this area here. The shaft is this area here, and the capital is this area here. Okay. Same with here. You got your base, your shaft, and your capital. Okay. Just architectural terms. Whitehall Building is named after a nearby state of New Amsterdam colonial governor Peter Stuyvesant. Okay, whatever. The original building was built as a speculative development in 1902 to 1904 for Robert A. and William H. Cheeseborough, real estate company. The annex was built in 1908 through 1910, and 2 Washington Street was built in 1972. Okay, so we can mark 2 Washington Street off the list of possible old world buildings. But the first 2 buildings, the original building and the annex building, are on my list of suspect. Anything built before 1943, I believe, is suspect. Just my opinion. Hello, Truth Seeker in Oz. We got Whitehall Building is located near the southernmost point of Manhattan Island, close to its western shore. The original building faces West Street to the west, Battery Place to the south, and Washington Street and Brooklyn Battery Tunnel Portal to the east. The building stands on filled land along the shore of the North River, an archaic name for the southernmost portion of the Hudson River. The surrounding neighborhood, the Financial District, was the first part of Manhattan to be developed as part of the New Netherland, and later New York City. Its population growth led city officials to add land on Manhattan shore by filling and land reclamation in the 18th and 19th centuries. As the North River shoreline was deeper and had a denser concentration of buildings than the East River shoreline on the east side of Manhattan Island. The land under the Whitehall building was not filled in until 1835 when debris from the Great Fire of New York was dumped there. These filling operations also led to the expansion of Battery Park directly to the south. The site of Whitehall building was first occupied by small landowners who built houses in the area. The surrounding neighborhood became financial and shipping hub during the late 19th century, and as the financial district became more densely developed, the residential landowners moved uptown and their former lands were replaced with larger commercial buildings. Okay, both structures contain Renaissance Revival facades with colorful granite, brick, limestone, architectural terracotta cladding, which in turn was inspired from the site's highly visible location at the southern tip of Manhattan Island. Okay, the base, which is composed of the basement, first floor, and mezzanine, have a facade of rusticated blocks and limestone. So right there it says it has a basement. So that's interesting information. The annex has a base of limestone that rises to the sixth story, and as with the original building, the basement, the first floor, and mezzanine consist of rusticated blocks of limestone. So that one has a basement as well. And it has a weird structural layout as well. I don't know if you can see that too good. The original building. It has a very strange. They talk about that in here, but I'm going to move past it. The Battery Place Realty Company, which would develop what would become the Whitehall Building, was led by Robert Cheeseborough, a chemist known for discovering Vaseline, along with his son William A. Cheeseborough. The old cellars of previous structures on the site were excavated, and 3 8-hour shifts of 100 men each were employed to drive the caissons. The old cellars of the previous structures on the site were excavated. Old cellars, that's interesting. The annex was cited as being one of the largest commercial structures in the world and the largest individual office structure in Manhattan with 12 million cubic feet of space. One office tenant in the mid-20th century was Morgan Towing Company, operator of a fleet of tugboats. In the days before radio dispatching, a man high in the building would watch with a telescope for incoming ships and then use a 6-foot megaphone, to shout instructions to the Morgan tugboats docked at the Battery. So I guess he's sitting up on the building here and he's shouting down orders with a 6-foot megaphone. That's crazy. Okay, what else we got? Okay, so let's we've got okay, JJ's giving me a link for this area on Google Earth, and you can see the area here. Let's see. There is where the trade center was, right there. The two trade centers before they controlled demolition them in 2001. And this is the building right here that we're talking about, and that is the annex right there. So let's take a little gander around here, see what we can find. Okay, okay. Now I want to get down the ground and see if there's any goodies. See how close they're going to let me get. Let's see what that is. Let's check that one out. Okay. Look at that. Alrighty. Let's see. Let me check my street view. Let's go to 2009 and see. Okay. There we go. You can see there's some mud flood drop in right there. Looks like they've covered that up. Got some mud flood drop in right there and there. All right. Let's see if it changes through time. That looks like it might be interesting. Oh, look at that. Yeah, you can see that drop in right there. Look at that. Yeah, that's the stuff. Let's check, see what else we got. Okay. All right, now let's go. I guess we'll go this way. Why not? Go over here and see what we can find. Okay, what is this thing? Oh, it's some kind of. Okay, hold on. Bear with the Beags. Let's see if we can get to the side of the building. Yep, maybe here. Try that. Yep. All right. Okay. You can see the mud flood windows there and there. Let's see if we can get a different year. 2009. Ah, okay. That might be interesting. Okay. See that drop in right there. Look at that. In the facade on these buildings is going bad. Okay, so what they're doing is they put up these scaffoldings here, and the idea being that these scaffoldings will protect people as they're walking under. The problem is got ventilation underground right there, got mud flood windows with grates on them. Check that out. Got an underground garage. The reason they do this is that they have learned that if they put the scaffolding up, they don't have to fix the building. It's a loophole. And there's a joke that you can Google drop into anywhere in Manhattan and find and very quickly find one of these scaffolds in front of a building. These are not a good thing. If you see these, it's not good. You probably might not want to walk near that building. They are very dangerous. But that's how they do it. And the reason is because it's so expensive to fix these structures. These buildings, they don't want to pay for it. Let's see if we can change the. See if we can see any stuff back here. Got ventilation underground right here. Okay. So give you an idea. This is the, it's kind of hard to tell you, but the Star Fort was in this area somewhere. Now they say the official story is they filled this land in. I think this is an old world building, so I don't think they filled this in. I think that was already there. But that's another story. Okay, let's see what else we can get into. Wilder Hall, Wesley College, Massachusetts, between 1900 and 1920. Wilder Hall. Okay. Mud flood windows. Oh, it's a beautiful porthole. That's a wind catcher. Diamond symbology. Let's see. Mud flood windows. And you've got arches going down below ground level here. Okay, That's about all in that picture I find. What we got here? Wyandotte, Michigan. Might have butchered that. 1912 Detroit Shipbuilding Company steamer, number 190, main engine. So I guess this is the manufacturing facility for steam engines for ships, for the steamer ships. That thing is massive. Boss man there. Check out this dude. He's just chilling. He got the right job right there. That's the job I need right there. That's the one. Where do I apply? This is in 1912, and they've already bricked up the windows. I always find that very fascinating. Okay, that's about it for that. Vicinity of Washington, D.C., Army balloon, circa 1918 and 1921. So here you go, you dirigible fans. Got a World War I era dirigible here. Kind of wild. Okay, we got a circa 1900 USS Chicago. This is one of the big guns, I guess. And the clarity of this image is just phenomenal. I mean, just absolute. Look at the gears. This thing hadn't. This is a virgin gun right here. Check out those pants. I mean, what is going on there? I mean, to take a piss, I would pee myself. I'll tell you that right now. That would happen. There's no doubt. Just the clarity of that image is phenomenal. Okay, we got circa 1903. This is Canal Street in New Orleans. Let's see. A lot of this is gone now because they had a great fire, several great fires in New Orleans. So a lot of the stuff is gone. There's Fred. Fred's the horse that built America. And a little Phoenician shell there. Random dude standing on the roof. Okey-dokey. Bringing in the crates. Arched windows. A nice dome cupola, wind catcher. There's Pooper Scooper Man right there in case you're a Pooper Scooper follower. Not sure why people want to do that, but whatever. Teach his own. Looks like overhead electric trolleys. See, Fred's getting him some stack of wood to the job site. That's how they supposedly got all this stuff there. Got some brick here. Got a porthole there. They've covered up with some shit. Got ether antenna there. And we got some extra data that JJ looked up. Got Tobias Dogford is asking, where are we? We're in Louisiana on Canal Street. And JJ has found some extra images and data for us. Check these out. This is Canal Street and Camp Street, New Orleans. Alrighty. There's a clock. Clocks are expensive. Ladies in uniform. Old ironwork. Zards. Smart clothes. Ether antenna. That's interesting. Wonder what that thing is. There's Boss Man right there. This is such a busy street. I wonder how much of this is gone now. Tartarian lines up here, Phoenician shells. It should not go unnoticed that a lot of times you see Phoenician shells, you see the lions, and vice versa. Very distinctive. Okay. Custom House, Canal Street, under construction. Looks like a gas lamp. I guess this is the custom house. It would be very easy to Photoshop that. Looky there. That's interesting. U.S. Mint, NOLA, New Orleans. This obelisk. The facade's coming off of it. Camp Street, Decanter Street. All righty. Canal Street looking towards the river. All righty. This is also Canal Street. Canal Street looking from the river. There's Fred. Okay, we got some data here. I probably wouldn't have made it back in the day. The sharpness and range in these 8x10 negatives is stunning. It is ironic that their quality is actually diminished by digital scanning. What is sad is how much the city has lost even before Katrina. Beautiful and historic building neighborhoods, neighbor churches, libraries, all of which seem to have been demolished in the 1950s and replaced with the ugliest architecture in the world has ever seen. If it were up to me, I would have destroyed every building built in the 1950s and 60s. I'm not even kidding. And this is abandoned Bella Grove Mansion in White Castle, Louisiana. These photos were taken in 1938, years after its abandonment. When it was built in 1857, it was the largest mansion in the South and comprised of more than 75 rooms. It has since been burned to the ground. It's a hell of a thing right there. Arched doors and windows, Taurus fields. Got plants growing on the roof. Okay, what else? Here's some more up close. Wow. How could you just let something like this rot? We added those stairs. Oh, baby. That right there, that is the definition of Mudflood porn right there. That right there. That's X-rated Mudflood porn right there. Y'all should feel ashamed of yourselves for looking at a building that pretty. You really should. This is the old Cotton Exchange 1900. I've shown this building before. Oh, we got some cobblestone here. We got to check for melting. Let's check that out. See if it's melted or if it's not melted. And after a determination of looking at it with, clear eyes that aren't high as a fucking kite. No, Jen, Truth Seeker 69. That is not a melted road. And what are we going to find? Arc lights. Boss Man. Phoenician shells. Whoa, mama. Phoenician shells. Good gracious. Ether fencing, ether antenna. We got this little building over here, portholes. Oh, man. Alrighty, we got Esplande Avenue, 1900. I might have butchered that. That's okay. I ain't no wordsmiths. Look how the trees are in the middle, like right on the side of the road, like that. That's really odd. Look at this trunked electric. Okay, that's sketchy as hell. Arc light. French Opera House, 1900. Look at the size of the doors. Okay. Here it is again in 1910. It would burn to the ground in December of 1919. Its burning signifies the death of Class of Bourbon Street. King Dodo. Arc light. That looks like it was nice. All right. And I guess that's another painted image of it. Mules on the Levee, 1903. Notice the Jack's Brewery on the right. I guess that's the Jack's Brewery right there. There's Fred. That's Fred's cousin, the mule. Keep off this levee work. Okay. Whatever. Unloading bananas on the levee. Let's get a look at them bananas. Let's see. I guess I can't tell if they're growing right side up or upside down. I don't know. I remember bananas growing down. That's my memory of it. But now the Mandela effect is saying they grow up. So I don't know. That's a hard one. I can't really say for sure. My memory is they grew down. That's the Oyster Sluggers, 1906. Oyster and charcoal luggers in the Old Basin, 1908. Look at that old building right there. All right, we got Payday on the Levee, 1906. Damn. Basically humping each other to get a paycheck. Jeez. I don't think I want that job. There's Fred's Horse Build America. Steamer loading grain from floating elevator in 1906. Alrighty. Steamer loading hides in 1903. Look how they do that. Those planks right there. Like, that's wild. That looks sketchy. Torpedo boats on the Mississippi, 1906. So you shove your torpedo in there and it shoots it out. That's pretty cool. Why are they showing them off like that? That's so weird. Obelisk smokestack. And we got Milkmobile in quarter, 1903. Got Fred. I guess he's delivering milk. Hold on, we got a stone cobblestone road here we got to check out for melting. Does anybody see any melting cobblestone road there? Anybody that's not high, do you see cobblestone melted road there? I should be specific when I ask that question. Arc light. It's okay if you're high. Get high if you want. That ain't what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is when you get high and then you get up and act like you got the truth. You can't give truth all high on shit. Hell, what the hell you going? What? Do you have any idea, like, how far up your ass your head is when you're high, and you think you're gonna give out truth while you're high? Are you kidding me? It's so unprofessional. 1910. And Fred is doing some kind of something here. I don't know what he's up to. Havana. There's some more non-melted brick road. Milk runner. So Fred is running the milk. All righty. Look at that house back there. It's cool. Damn. Oh, that's cool. Now and then, as you can see, the scene remains exactly the same. That's a cool picture right there. That's neat. Smallest news and postcard stand in New Orleans, 103 Royal Street, 1908. Got some magazines, newspapers. Check out that light. That's cool. All right. What else we got? View of St. Charles Hotel, one of the finest in the South. Clocks are expensive. Look at that ironwork. Very nice. Oh, more ironwork. Venetian shells. The buildings even leaned back then. Lee Circle, 1936. See how it's leaning? Very interesting. Something to look into. Old Ursuline Convent, 1910, finished in 1752. Is considered the oldest surviving structure in New Orleans. Well, that's interesting. So that's saying something, seeing as how the rest of them are all a hell of a lot older than they tell us they are. And they say this is the oldest. More, non-melted cobblestone road. I can't believe I've got to actually say that. I mean, I feel dumber every time I say that. I probably should stop saying that just so I don't become, too ridiculous. I know there's people out there listening. They're like, what the fuck is this crazy fool talking about? This crazy fool is talking about people that actually fucking believe that cobblestone roads are melted brick. Work that out. I know. Tulane and Charity Hospitals, 1928. Bourbon Street, St. Peter's, 1937. Calumet Refinery, 1913. Jackson Avenue, 1920s. And I don't know where this is, but we got a big old obelisk right here. Obviously, this image has been vanilla skied. All right, what else we got? More pictures. All right, what's your hurry? I don't know. 1949 streetcar. Old Absinthe House and Bourbon Street, 1903. So basically, you go get the Green Ferry here. In case you don't know what that is, it'll get you high. Absinthe Room. Old World, possibly radiation heater. Something interesting. House on Palmer Avenue built for $10,000. That's interesting. Liberty Theater on St. Charles, 1936. Many people don't know that it was actually New Orleans who had the first movie theater in the country. Very interesting. Very, very, very interesting. And here we go. We got the Joy Theater on opening night, February 8th, 1947. And you will notice that this one has been photo manipulated with the paint right here, 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 here. And they're adding some things to this image to make it pop off the screen. So that is another photo manipulated image. Camp and Canal, 1905. Look how big the doors are. Massive. Because they were for giant people. Canal Street, 1910. Sig Sauer. I'm not pronouncing that. Sayor. I'm not pronouncing that right. You know who you are. I know who you are. I see who you are. I'm just saying hello. Hello. And we got clock. Clocks are expensive. This is back on Canal Street, obviously. And here's another cool building with the Tartarian lines up y'all. Let's see. Mason Blanche building where my grandpa had his dental practice. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Don't know who you are, but now we know your grandfather had his dental practice there. We got at their antennas up there. Canal Street 1890s. There's a non-melted cobblestone road. Portholes at their antennas. 1907. I'm blasting through these because there's so many, Carlinlet Street, 1905, New Jackson Square Cigars. That's the New Jackson. Check that out. That's cool. It's got kind of a Moorish look, don't it? Mardi Gras on Canal Street. Get your Mardi Gras on. Boater hat people. Everybody's got a boater hat. It's a uniform. There's Fred. Fred's pulling a trolley today. End of Canal Street, 1890. The clay monument has since been moved to Lafayette Square. Notice the advertisement for the opera. I guess that's the opera. And who the hell's going to all this opera? Because opera sucks. I'm sorry, opera sucks. Just bad. I mean, Canal Street above 1903. Alrighty. And view down Charleston Street. Still looks the same. Okay. View of Mississippi atop the Grunwald Hotel, 1910. Look at all those obelisk smokestacks back there. Downtown rooftops from the Grunwald, now the Roosevelt, 1910. Diamond symbology on the porthole there. Postcard from Lafayette Square. Lafayette Square, the church to the right was First Presbyterian. It was demolished in 1938 and moved to South Claiborne and Jefferson and Uptown. So it was demolished yet moved. Okay, I'm gonna have to work that one out. Something don't add up there. Angola Landing, 1910. Basin Street, early 1890s, part of Storyville. These beautiful buildings, along with the rest of Storyville, were demolished in 1930 to make way for the Ibero projects. Great move, New Orleans. Great move. So they knocked all this down to make housing projects. Storyville prostitutes, photographed 1900s. So we got the ladies of the night hanging out, probably drinking. I thought she was going to be drinking absinthe. I guess not. I think that'd be good though. Jewish Boys Home, corner of St. Charles and Jefferson. Yeah, the boys' home. Because I guess orphan boys need. Look at the Mudflood arches and windows down there. Okay, Nola's main public library on Lee Circle. Why was this demolished? Question mark. Because it didn't fit the narrative. Postcard from 1912. Public library. Because they built this and then decided that they didn't need it. Because I don't know. Thoreau's Shakespeare home now abandoned. So this is just, sitting there doing nothing because, well, we don't need that no more. Dedication of the Industrial Canal, 1923. French Courtyard, 1906. French Market, early 1900s. There's Fred. Got more cobblestone road that is not melted, unfortunately. I've yet to find this melted road. And we got some children's here. Rare photograph of James Robb Mansion, one of the largest in the entire South that occupied an entire city block in uptown New Orleans. An entire city block. Okay. And that's the mansion after it had been turned into Newcomb College for Women. We got windows and doors down here, lower levels. Check that out. See. Do you see what I see? A looming mansion. And later the jockey club that was mud flooded. Oh, look at that ironwork. God. That just don't even make architectural sense right there. I don't even know where to begin. Got a flat earth asterisk in case you need that. Know what kind of earth you're living on. Italian headquarters, Madison Street, 1906. So the mafia hung out here with Fred the Donkey. Okay. Whoa. Hello. Okay. Sorry, folks. A little Mudflood porn. Sorry. Oh, of course. Masonic Temple, 1910. Yeah. These are cool. I like these. These are neat. The way they do the corner store shop opening thingies. Got the Moorish look to it. Yeah. That's nice. Got a little man up on top. Hanging out doing what a little man does. Jeez. All right. What else we got? Napoleon House, 1905. One of my favorite bars in the city. Blah, blah, blah. Who cares? Don't know who you are. Pimp's Cup might be my favorite drink of all time. So refreshing. Pimp's Cup. Okay. There's Fred. I don't know what a Pimp's Cup is. I know what a hurricane is. Never really liked them, though. Look how it looks like it drops in right there. I don't know. Hard to say. And hello. New hotel Denishald. Okay, whatever. On the Poydras, whatever the hell, 9th Street, 1908. They got some weird damn names. Now the Pavilion Hotel. Got some Mudflood action there. Got a coal hole covered there. What else? Very nice. Very nice. Okay, what else? Canal Street. I bet she's got some good stories. La Petite Theater, 1937. Okay, and Southern Railway. Okay, that's demolished in 1950s. Okay, well, I'm glad we got rid of that one too. I mean, it's really good we get rid of all these horrible, ugly ass buildings. Okay, Mount Airy and St. John the Baptist Parish, 1938. I think these are water towers right here. I do think. Elks Home still here, still there. Okay, the Elks Home is still, they made it. Does that say the rain are falling? The rain are falling. What the hell are they teaching? No wonder we got Ebonics. Jesus. Notre Dame de Bon Secours. Okay. Stereoscopic. If you take your eyes out of focus, kind of like a 3D eye, that'll become one image. It's pretty cool. 1938. Tip Ganner House, St. Charles Parish, 1938. Destroyed to build the Bonnet Carey Spillway. Okay, well, imagine that needed to go. Uncle Sam's Plantation, built in 1847, demolished in 1940. Yep, that needed to go. Yep, I guess that's another image of it. Yeah, we had to get rid of that. And what else we got? Okay, some old pictures. She found a lot of stuff on this. I'm just going to blast through these in case something jumps out at me. And let's see. Oh, sorry. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let's see. Sorry, I didn't know that was still up there. Sorry, folks. I don't have my shotgun rider today, so gotta bear with me. Bet y'all tired of looking at that. That's okay. That's all right. We ain't perfect. We are perfect in perfection. Let's see. I'm just blasting through these. You can get an idea what we got here. Yee. That's funky looking. Gasworks. Okay. And that's an interesting one. Look at that thing. Gosh. Be interesting to see what is here now and what is not. Man. Look at all the freaking ferry boats. Man. Look at that. Okay. All right. Now I think we got another. Let's see. JJ found this is Canal Street. Let's see. I think she was saying that this is where the picture was taken, the original picture we were looking at. And you can see how much has changed. Looks like a lot of stuff down here might be still there. Wow, look at that. There's that one big arch, two little arches, and a circle. See that a lot. When you see something over and over again, there's something to it. That's weird. I don't think palm trees when I think of New Orleans, and they have a lot of palm trees here. Okay, so that's about the gist of that. So let's see. We got circa 1904, Center Street, Rutland, Vermont. And we got Fred and Wilma sitting here. Wilma is Fred's lady friend, and she is helping him bring in who knows what. Got some Clunafreds there. That's the water tank guy. I was telling you earlier, they fill it up. Got a water fountain here. That's a rarity. Ladies in uniform. Old little fire hydrant. Taurus fields. Let's go up. Alrighty, whatever are we at? And look at that hill right there. That is a mud flow right there. You can see the doors and windows going in the ground. Very interesting. Look at the arches right there. Cornice. 1832. Okay. Let's see what else we got. Circa 1905, playing golf on College Arms Hotel, DeLand, Florida. The Cedars, 195 yards. I have never been a fan of golf. I'm not a sports person. I guess I should just start there. I like skateboarding. I don't like really pretty much any sport. Hockey's fun if you're, drinking and you throw things at somebody. But, watching on TV sucks. So that's the hotel back there. At their antennas on top. Let's just give you an idea of kind of the life back then. And I believe Miss JJ found some extra photographs here. This is a better picture than I found. Awesome. Good job, JJ. I hope you're keeping your head above water down there in Florida tonight. And you got laurel leaf control, arch windows at their antennas. And they're covering something up under that porch there. And you can see there's windows here, so that means there's probably windows down below here. Okay, we got a postcard of the hotel, another postcard, and another postcard, and yet another postcard. Let me go back, check my notes. Okay, never mind. Just some postcards. Okay, now we got something new. 1905, Minnesota Point from Incline Railway, Duluth, Minnesota, and this is a funicular. And that's what we're showing in the Angels. I was showing in the Angels Flight demolition. This is just another funicular. And here's where they would load up onto it's like a trolley. This one, hard to tell. Some of these things, they could actually run the trolley off of the funicular, which it looks like this one could, because you see this is empty here. And it would run up and down on this line right here. And some of them worked a little different, but pretty interesting. Looks like a port back there. Got a tall ship. I got some excellent photographs of tall ships this week. At the finials up there and there. There's some non-melted rock right there, in case you ever not, wanted to see some of that. Circa 1905, Pittsburgh from Mount Washington. So this is over on the other side of the river. I've eaten dinner up on this mountain before, overlooking this, probably from very close to this spot. Had a really nice dinner there. Many bottles of wine. We had a big, not a big group. We had about 20 of us. We did a show here and then went out for a special dinner. I forget what the occasion was, and boss man was buying that night. You know how that goes. Drink them if you got them. And we did. And then we went into town to a place like a warehouse district. I believe it was over here on the left, but they had a warehouse district where they would, during the day it was warehouses, and they'd have different businesses in there. And at night they would open up other sections of warehouses, and they would have nightclubs in there. And so we went to, club hopping down there. That was fun. This is a really cool city. A lot of old world stuff here. Pittsburgh's very, very cool place to visit. If you ever get to wanting to go visit somewhere. That's a wind catcher right there. Jeez. Look at that wind catcher, man. It's a very neat area. Look at that. Wow. These overhead pictures are really cool. Okay, we got 1907. This is Portland, Maine, Congress Square. And we got a non-melted cobblestone brick road there. Got Fred right there. Fred's Horse Built America, in case you're unaware and uninformed, or just joining us and we're very confused as to what's going on here. We are looking at images of the old world, and we're pointing out, or I am pointing out, what I think could be what, and trying to give just a little bit of clarity to all this. I see a lot of Freds. They hardly ever have anything on their carts. I find that very interesting. I mean, they had to bring in all this brick and all this, everything. That's what Fred did, 1853, porthole at their finial. Got a wind catcher. Okay. Arc lights. Alrighty. We've got some more pictures of this area that JJ found. Congress Square. It's like an old postcard. There's another old photograph. It's like a postcard type thing. And another postcard. Okay. Oh, this is it also. Same area. Arched windows, trolleys. Non-melted cobblestone road. Can't believe I have to point that out. Windows on ground level. Big ass hat girl. Big ass hat. Portholes with laurel leaf control around them. That right there is a defect in the negative, glass plate negative. Okay, now I believe we've got, yes, okay, this is, JJ has found this area on Google Earth, so we'll go down and take a look today and see what it looks like. This is the area as we speak. Same area. Very interesting. Okie dokie. So that is about that. We got circa 1915 photos showing the assembly of what look like locks or latches inscribed US something. Yeah, I'd say that does look like a lock. Can't imagine it be anything else, but look at that machinery. What I find interesting about this picture is this old world, the belt drive system here. This would be attached to a rod here, and this would be hooked to a steam engine. But I believe these are old world tech right here. And this pulley would turn around and it would turn the motor on your machine. And they did all kinds of things with it. And see, here's plumbing they've added to the building after we took it over. That's a drainage pipe. And notice how it's, inside the building, but outside to where you could see it. You know what I mean? Whereas today we would put it in the wall so you couldn't see it. But we had to add that later. This is Cleveland, Ohio. 1911 Public Square, Soldiers and Sailors Monument. I'll tell you what. Let's. I know there's a lot of data on this one. Let's take a break real quick and I need to let the Chihuahua out. He's getting feisty. So let's go to part 2 of our Demolition of the Angels flight vernacular in Los Angeles.
What is it? Is it treasure map?
I feel like I don't have a partner. Sometimes I feel like my only friend is the city I live in, the city of angels. Lonely as I am, together we cry. I drive on her streets 'cause she's my companion. I walk through her hills 'cause she knows who I am. She sees my good deeds and she kisses me windy. I never worry, no, that is a lie. Well, I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. Yeah. It's hard to believe that there's nobody out there. It's hard to believe that I'm all alone. At least I have her love, the city she loves me. Lonely as I am, together we cry. Oh, no, no. I never wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. I never wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh no, I said yeah, yeah. Love me, I said yeah, yeah. Oh no, I said yeah, yeah. Oh no, no. Under the bridge downtown is where I drew some blood. Under the bridge downtown, I could not get enough. Under the bridge downtown, forgot about my love. Under the bridge downtown, I gave my life away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh no, I said yeah, yeah. Love me, I said yeah, yeah. Oh no, I said
Okay, we got that going. All righty. Hope you enjoyed that. And just a reminder,
Sell crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here.
anyways, I got some new toys here. I just wanted to play for a second.
I wanna run like a beagle to a tree. Run like a beagle, lift my leg and take a pee. I wanna run, yeah.
Watch this.
You gotta be shitting me. Watch your mouth. Watch my mouth. You gotta be shitting me.
On a scale from 1 to 10, my friend, you're fucked.
Oh, please, no. Don't let mudflooders be flat earthers as well. Please.
What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about, Willis?
Okay, so if you believe in what the Meltologists are saying, please look into the camera right here, and we'll take care of that for you. You don't remember shit, do you? So anyways, let's get back into it. And I'm going to share the screens, going to hide this, going to make sure it's full screen, and get into it. Cleveland, Ohio, 1911, Public Square, Soldiers and Sailors Monument. And that's the monument. In case you're wondering what the monument was, this is everything you're looking at here is a viaduct. Every bit of it. It's all raised platform. Yep. Viaduct. And there's Fred, and he is the horse that built America. And there's a random ass ladder just left in the middle of nowhere. Ladies in uniform. And this right here has a drop down. You can't see it very well, but the road drops down, and there's an entrance. They can drive down and go into that building right there. And there's flat earth asterisks right there in case you need one of those. And got the eagle representing the phoenix, and Mercury, and a scrubbed cartouche Taurus field. And there are mudflood winters all behind the ironwork there. You got the Phoenician fellows and ladies and all that mess on the front of that thing. Let's see. Big archways. That right there is the arcade, which is the entrances on the other street. The illuminating company. Very interesting. And there's pavement glass on the side here. There's mudflood drop-ins there and there and there and there. And this is Lucid Avenue. That is the main drag in Cleveland. That's where all the rich folk had their mansions on at that time. And this is the Soldiers and Sailors Monument. And there is an underground underneath here. That is confirmed. And let's see. And one of these little doodads over on this side, it's one of these two is a star fort. Just so you know. In case you're wondering. And we got some extra data that JJ has dug up in her sleuthing. And got an old postcard. And got an old picture. There's another picture, black and white. Got a cobblestone brick road that is unfortunately not melted. I'm very disappointed that we have not found that yet. Check that out. What we got there? Yes, sir. Antennas all over the place in case you need those. Horseshit narrative statues, and I believe there's a star fort on one of these little doodads too. Don't see it on this side, but because they're all different all the way around. Got an obelisk. I believe that's part of the ether system. Got a castle turret at their antennas all over there. I'm a little turned around, but I think that let me see if I can find a sign. I don't see a sign. I think this is the original Higbee's department store building. It's no longer there. At their finial. There's Fred. All right. What else we got? Northerly toward Public Square. Looks like they're doing some work on the square. They've changed it over several times in history. Here's another. There's the Star Fort right there. These are all horseshit narrative statues. I believe they added all this crap. Eagle represent the Phoenix. John Hit Wonder, welcome to the show. Haven't seen you before. We've got some new subs this week. Had finally got the sub count going up after a long drought of upward movement. It believe me, it was not popular exposing the Meltards for what they were. Pissed a lot of people off, and sometimes you got to break an egg to make an omelet. So now we're actually getting momentum on that end, and we're starting to get the the community understanding what is going on there, and people are starting to pull their head out of their ass. So I'm really happy about that. There's this one arch, two arch circle in the middle. It's a Moorish looking building. This is called the Old Church. Okay. Another picture of the obelisk. This is overhead looking down at Google Earth. They've had many plans to change this around. They have fought over this area. Everything you look in here is a platform. It's all viaduct. Here's a Google shot. And there's the obelisk right there. That's a cool one. The colors. That's interesting how they've taken the buildings out behind it. That's an old photograph. Alrighty. Okay, we got some data here. Public Square. Okay, Public Square garnered international attention when inventor Charles F. Brush showcased one of the world's first successful demonstrations of electric streetlights there. That's interesting. In 1943, a new transit plan called for a new central subway station under Public Square. Under Public Square. That would be inside, underneath the viaducts. Ontario Street was to be depressed beneath Superior Avenue, and Soldiers and Sailors Monument was to be relocated elsewhere. A plane dealer reporter equipped that the statue's removal alone is almost worth the cost. The 1940s and 50s passed with no action on building a subway system. A 1958 plan proposed by architect Howard B. Kane, whose park building offices overlook Public Square, envisioned closing Ontario, depressing Superior below grade, removing the Soldiers and Sailors Monument, and creating a Rockefeller Plaza influenced sunken plaza with an ice skate rink dubbed International Square. Kane's transformation, no doubt inspired by the expanded world trade that boosters claimed the impending opening of the St. Lawrence Seaway would produce, imagined shops and restaurants representing many nations. The next year, a new downtown master plan revived the idea of a subway under Public Square, this time affecting only its southern half. The plan also called for lowering the level of the northern half of the square, moving the Soldiers and Sailors Monument to the northeastern quadrant, and building a sunken ice rink in the northwestern quadrant. Like Kane's plan, this part of the downtown plan languished when county commissioners nixed the subway project. In the wake of subway defeat, a 1960 plan to close through streets at Public Square and construct a 1,600 car underground garage likewise failed. And I think, let's see, pictured at the center are the Williamson and Cuyahoga buildings, okay, which would later be demolished to make way for the Standard Oil building, later known as the BP building, and today simply as 200 Public Square. This is circa 1910. And that's the Grays, Cleveland Grays. That's from the Armory. That's a whole nother story. And this is Public Square looking east along Superior, 1857. Lincoln's 1865. This is when Lincoln died, I believe. Perry Monument, 1878. I thought this was really interesting. Proposed City Hall, 1895. Voters approved this Beaux-Arts-style City Hall plan, which would have straddled two northern quadrants of Public Square with a large archway spanning Ontario Street. Following the groundbreaking ceremony of 1895, protesters who deplored building on public land forced the abandonment of the project. 1895. Now, here's interesting now. This is interesting. They say that this structure right here was a plan. Like they were like, hey, let's build this building on Public Square. Here's my question. What if this building was there already and then they demolished it for whatever reason? I mean, I could actually see that building being a reality. Just a thought. I don't know. Cleveland's Centennial Arch, 1896, once again using Public Square as a public memory site. The city erected this large arch over Superior Avenue astride the northeast and southeast quadrants as part of the 1896 Continental Cleveland's founding. So we had a triumphal arch there. This is a sightseeing car in 1910. This was a very popular fad back then, which is kind of interesting. Southwest quadrant, 1911. This view from the square southwest quadrant shows the site of Terminal Tower nearly 15 years before its construction commenced. Terminal Tower is a big structure that is there today. Public Square, 1910. Interurban rail car, 1920. And the Soldiers and Sailors Monument is right there in the back, and they are standing on non-melted cobblestone brick road because, well, it's not melted. That is the tower building right there. And Higbee's department store that was in the movie A Christmas Story was filmed here. In the movie, that's where they go. When they go, we're going to Higbee's. This was Higbee's. It was a big deal back then. Big department store. Cleveland Union Terminal Tower shown here, mirroring rhetoric about the removal of hundreds of dilapidated buildings to erect the terminal complex, and presaged later arguments for the modernization of Public Square to keep pace with time. Civic leaders heralded this new minimalist design, which survived until about 1895. I thought this was interesting. Mirroring rhetoric about the removal of hundreds of dilapidated buildings to erect the terminal complex. Hundreds of buildings. Hundreds. And these 9 photos of Cleveland from early 1900s are beyond fascinating. This photo was taken in 1900. And this is the arcade, Cleveland Arcade. You can see it says right there, Cleveland Arcade. This is the lower level. And this is an old world mall, like what we consider a shopping mall. This was an old world mall. It looks kind of weird because it's got the bottom here, and it's got a line here, and then it's got the top. The glamorous old arcade, which was built in 1888, the timeless elegance of its architecture has remained a perfect example of the wonders that Cleveland hides. And it's still there today, just so you know, in case you care, in case anybody gives a damn. This is in 1903. Big old world building. Pyramid on top. January of 1904, the flood in Cleveland. The 3 ships lodged against the viaduct, looking north. Viaduct. Write that down. Viaduct. Not aqueduct, viaduct. By 1910, Cleveland was already overflowing with industry. A lot of obelisks there. Very interesting. Big ass arches. In 1914, Cleveland made history when it installed its first traffic lights. On August 5th, Cleveland made history when it installed the world's first electric traffic signal at the corner of Lucid and East 105th Street. And they only were red and green. Kind of interesting. And let's see, we got Public Square is the central plaza in downtown Cleveland, Ohio, based on an 18th century New England model. It was part of the original 1796 town plat overseen by city founder General Moses Cleveland of the Connecticut Land Company. The 10-acre square is centered on the former intersection of Superior and Ontario Street. Cleveland's three tallest buildings, Key Tower, 200 Public Square, and the Terminal Tower, face the square. Other landmarks adjacent to Public Square include 1855 Old Stone Church and the former Higbee's department store, made famous in the 1983 film A Christmas Story, which has been occupied by the Jack Cleveland Casino since 2012. 125-foot tall soldier and sailor's monument and statue of Moses Cleveland. That's tall. Public Square was part of the Connecticut Land Company's original plan for the city, which were overseen by Moses Cleveland in the 1790s. The square is signature of the layout of early New England towns, which Cleveland was modeled after. While it initially served as a common pasture for settlers' animals, less than a century later, Public Square was at the height of modernity when in 1879 it became the first street in the world to be lit with electric street lights, arc lamps designed by Cleveland native Charles F. Brush. Okay, what else we got? We got Soldiers and Sailors Monument. The Cuyahoga County Soldiers and Sailors Monument is a major Civil War monument in Cleveland, Ohio. It was dedicated on July 4th, 1894, and is located on the southeast quadrant of Public Square in downtown Cleveland. In 1886, the meeting of the Soldiers Sailors Union, an agreement was reached regarding the general design. Some favored a traditional obelisk or shaft. Others preferred the idea of a tablet room. Levy T. Schofield, a local veteran and successful architect, was asked to draw up designs and plans for the future structure and proposed a unique combination of the two styles, a tablet room with an obelisk. Anybody smell horseshit narrative? With the design well in progress, the next question was as to the location of the monument. The initial proposal was to round off the four corners of Cleveland's Public Square and to place the large statue right in the center of the square at the junction of Ontario Street and Superior Avenues. Before this plan could be implemented, the railroad companies developing the rapidly expanding streetcar system in the city laid claim to the intersection. Other locations throughout the city were considered for future monument. Nevertheless, the monument committee remained stalwart in their desire to see the structure built on Public Square. I think that's really interesting. Before it could be implemented, the railroad companies developing a rapidly expanding streetcar system in the city laid claim to the intersection. So they just decided to plop down the rails in the intersection with like no regard for what anybody else gave. Does that like not stink of horse shit? I'm just saying. Work on the construction of the monument began in earnest in the spring of 1893 and continued throughout the entire year. By the time the monument was completed, over $272,800 had been spent on its construction, which equates to $7 million today, adjusted for inflation. $7 million. Along the top structure are the corpse badge, emblems are carved in stone. These designs are reflected in the yearly flower displays, which have been a tradition since 1894. And the flower displays earlier I showed you had the star for them. As part of the original designs of Soldiers Sailors Monument, the flower beds surrounding the structure were decorated with the insignias of the corpse badges used throughout the Civil War, as well as various other military imagery. These designs are maintained in some form for much of the history of the structure until 1988 redesign of the southeast quadrant, which changed the layout and position of the gardens. And blah, 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 blah. And that's it on that. Okay, then we got this is a Crowd and Suffragettes in New York in 1908. And we got a non-melted cobblestone brick road there, in case you were a melt-hard and got confused. Had to make sure you understood that. We got a drop in right there. And this is pavement light right here, even though you can't probably see it. It's right there too. That's just from my knowledge. That is pavement light. And look at that door. It was a big ass door. Got bowler hat people. And some kind of flower doodad there. Phoenician shell. Dental infirmary. Okay. That's a third rail system there. So it had the conduit, electrical conduit, or the pulling cable for the trolleys. So that is the pictures for tonight. I hope you enjoyed those. Let me get a little drink here. All right, people, wake the fuck up. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. I'll pop up there. Haha, the narrative is not supposed to make sense. It is how they tell you what they are up to. That is very true. I'm gonna check out some of your comments here. Let's see. Let me get kind of back here. I'm gonna go back. Let's see if you have any questions. Go ahead and you pop them in now. Let's see if we can answer them. I'll try. Let's see. Jughead's and his 2 cents. What type of non-Christian symbolism was that, Beags? Are you talking about on top of that church, that Etherfinial? If that's what you're talking about, that might be what you're talking about. I would say it's not a Christian symbol. Michael Joshua Lewis, why live where the twisters and hurricanes, earthquakes hit? Well, I mean, you know, the truth of that is that, like in America, I don't know what it's like in Australia, but like here in my area, we can get hit by hurricanes and twisters, all the time. Earthquakes, a very rare thing. There in the past, there has been talk of earthquakes, but anywhere in America you live, you can get hit by one of these things or all three. There's really nowhere that you don't have that problem, I guess, is the problem. What was this? Drew Duncan, I'm thinking all the bricks they used to make road in my town. There once was buildings that once stood before and got taken down and bricks used for roads. I think that's a very good point. I think the cobblestone brick roads were old world buildings that they tore down, that were destroyed in the fires and things like that. Might even have been why they had the fires. Might be a possible reason there, to maybe hide the buildings that once standing. Yep. Let's see, and no longer exist unless one can find pictures of those buildings before they were taken. Yep, taken down. Yep. Let's see. Drew, you sure they removed brick by brick from direct energy weapon destroyed buildings? Let's see. Have you seen the steel pattern pavements? Yes. In Russia, I think, Jughead. I don't know how to describe it, but where they have the kind of the interlocking round. They're not like fully round. They're like a yes. Those are cool. I know what you're talking about. I don't know how to describe them. I would look it up, but I don't know how to describe it. I saw that the other day. I was watching something and they mentioned that again. I'd seen that a long time ago, but yeah. Let's see. But once there was a story around in my town where there was buildings that had caught on fire way back and no longer exist. Yep. And once was at one time trying to trace where the old building used to be. There could be town records that you can find for that. In my town, there's a museum, though, in old Victorian house they made into a museum. History of my town. Oh, that's cool. Let's see. But if we can, or anyone can trace these pictures of all the bricks that are made into roads that once were on buildings. I think he's using one of those voice to text things. Maybe Ozbeast can find those pictures from a town of those bricks. Yeah, possible. Oz is good at he's a good researcher. Animation in the world could build a road. Not one Mason or civilization could build one of these buildings. I don't know if that's actually true, but I think you'd be hard pressed to find quality masons that knew as much as would take to build these buildings. I guess there might be some out there, but I mean, you can't use one guy. You got to have a whole construction team. I mean, it's not one dude. So I guess the point is that, how in the world could you build one of these? Could you find enough masons to actually build? One guy can't build it. That's impossible. Let's see. They weren't on buildings made. They demolished on old buildings. It damaged bricks made. They were all made by aliens. Imagine paving up to them tram lines. There'd be a lot of cutting of pavers to fit. Yeah. Can't wait for Paul Cook on the show. Awesome Campbell was on the show last week. I don't know. I'm gonna tell you like it is. Me and Paul are planning on having a conversation. What we do with that conversation, I don't know. We don't know. We more want to compare notes. So I don't think our plan is to. You may never see our conversation. I don't know. I don't know what we're going to get into. We want to compare some notes about our research and kind of get on the same page and get to know each other a little more, and where it goes from there, I don't know. We haven't discussed that. That's not the goal. Sometimes you just got to reach out and shake a fella's hand, and get to know him a little bit. Sometimes the goal isn't for everybody, but it's a first step. It's a first step. Okay. Streets showing up. Hey, Streets. Let's see. You can tell by looking at a brick if our civilization made it or not. They are not all the same. That's true. And the old world bricks are very heavy too. I bought some aggregate the other day to do some concreting. The aggregate had limestone dust all over it. Rained that night and revealed crushed red bricks. That's something to do with masonry. I don't understand. I understood some of what you said there. Might have to go a little more detail on that for the layman. I'm layman. Let's see who's on the vocal. That's almost as good as the original. I'm talking about those. I can't remember it's listed on my video of the original video on my channel. I can't tell you off the top of my head, but it might say on the third part of that video, it might tell. I think the middle version is. I think the last one I played was a girl named Violet Orlandi. She's pretty cool. Let's see. Oh, the first, yeah. The first version is first to 11. Yeah, that reminded me. Yeah. And the third version, I forget who that is too, but I don't know. Sacrilege. Ah. Welcome, Jerry Ebert. I am new to your channel and I like what I see and hear from you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. It's funny how Australia is a prison colony, but if you break the law now, you get deported. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm just reading some of these. It's funny. Let's see. From what I hear, the buildings at Disneyland look nice, but are really made like crap. Yeah, I don't know. There was about a year ago, maybe there was somebody in the comments just kept on. You got to look at Disneyland. Disneyland's old world, and you got to look into it. And I never did it because I don't know, it just didn't interest me. I don't know nothing about it. I'm just telling you that some people out there think that's old world. I don't know. I don't really see it, but I hadn't looked into it either. I'm just sharing. Those metal cages underneath women's dress are like Faraday cages in some way. Whoo! I could make jokes here, but I won't. This is a PG-13 rated show. In fact, men's clothing hasn't changed much over the past 100 years. Yeah, men's clothing sucks. Men have no fashion, except British men. High, that British men can dress. American men, no. Saw a Dutch guy on Brighton that said stones were lights. Okay, let me read that again. What are you talking about, Joshua? I saw a Dutch guy on Brighton that said stones were lights. Yep, I don't know. That's a new one. You have to elaborate on that a little bit there. Antiquitech was long gone by 1905. Yep. Except I think they collect the free energy and sell it to us now. There's that. Were the fires that destroyed these parks accidents? I think a lot of the fires are not accidents. I think there's a lot more going on to our fire departments than we realize. Let's see. There's Frankie. Aliens. That hair. God, that dude. Pretty much. Going down through, seeing what we got. Y'all better ask some interesting questions. And the link from a Mudflood club is on is MeWe. It's basically a social media platform, free, don't cost a damn thing. I got on there because Autodidactic was on there, and so I was just following him about his what he did. I stopped using his site for my own reasons. Nothing to do with him. Just his moderator was, I don't fucking do censorship. So I made my own. So now I got the Mudflood Club. But that's a way to, you can, comment and share pictures and videos and GIFs, and you can leave audio messages. You can do all kinds of shit on there. It's cool to me. I don't use Facebook. I just don't feel it necessary to use the control data collection service of the government. So I've never been on Facebook, never will go on Facebook. And that's just my personal preference. Even though I know a lot of people on Facebook, well, not gonna happen. And if I've got a merch in the merch site store, if you want to support my work, I also have a Patreon. And you could your support be greatly appreciated. Keep the gears moving here. I don't get a paycheck for this. I do handyman work, but it's harder and harder to come by. Times is tough. So to keep this going, that the donations are really helpful. It was a good time. I'd like to shout out, I don't see her in the chat tonight, but Ann Pearson. If you are out there, I didn't see, but Ann Pearson bought me DoorDash this week for dinner, Chinese food, and I wanted to say I really appreciate your support, and I will get your name added to the Star Wars credits that I post on my videos as soon as possible. Any amount of support is appreciated, and I really appreciate her. And I also had a nice probably 2 or 3 hour conversation with her on the phone, just chit chatting about Mudflood. So she's a really sweet person. Got to talk to her husband too. He was real nice, and he's old school, and I don't know, it's just a good conversation. So Creator bless you, Ann, and thank you very much for your support. Much appreciated. Let's see. Seems those old Luna parks were everywhere in the U.S. Yes, the trolley parks. That's the better way to say it, trolley parks. And I think they had something to do with the, dare I say, perpetual motion of the energy. That kind of the thinking in my mind is that the trolleys moved around the city, and they would go to these trolley parks on their line, and then the trolley parks would have these rides that would spin around, and that was perpetual motion, and it would keep that energy moving. And it would, by moving, it would generate energy, and I think it was all part of the etheric energy system. That's my thinking right now. Proving that's a whole different monkey. But there were a lot more trolley parks. It's like when I looked in doing my research on Raleigh, North Carolina, I found out that there was a trolley park that I'd never heard of. And then when I looked even further, I found out not only was there one, there was two trolley parks in my hometown that I'd never heard of. Never seen, both gone. No trace of one. not a picture, there's only footnotes in books. It's not on maps. There's nothing. And there's very little left of the second one. So yeah, trolley parks. Very interesting stuff. Do you guys think there might have been a Bob's Hamburgers located close to these parks back then? White World Snow White ride. Okay, Snow White ride. Huh. I don't know. West, Old World, Michigan. I love the song from your videos. Stuck in my head. Yeah, that's a good song. Yeah, go sub. I don't, Old World, Michigan. I don't know if you are doing content. I'm not sure, but I know Frankie is. So go sub Frankie. Give him sub and a like. Not sure what building you're talking about. What this is a good place to note. When you say, is that building standing today? Remember, I'm looking at this later. So when you ask this building, I don't know what this building is. I just looked at 50 different pictures, all had buildings in them. So you're going to have to narrow that down just a little. There's GT1982 Mustang. He's got content on YouTube. Go check out GT's page. He finds some pavement light here and there. Let's see. There it is again. This is a very handsome building. Phoenicians for sure. Best wishes on JJ and Joe Cool. Yes, they're probably floating in the middle of the Gulf as we speak, but they're tied together. I told them, said, get a rope and tie it around your waist and then tie it to the other guy. Tie it to the whole family. And that way, if the current gets you, you'll be just together and you'll be all right. Let's see. Can't build on a landfill straight away. Got to let the ground settle. Yeah. Tell that to Seattle. I think the fruit is called What? I got some, but it's plaster. Huh. I'm not sure what he's talking about there. Are you talking about the dripping fruit? Yeah, there's Stuff Beagle Like channel. Go check that out. Watch videos, sub it, like or don't like, doesn't matter. I don't know if y'all realize, if you leave a thumbs up or a thumbs down, the algorithm don't give a damn. It still says, hey, that's good for that channel. That channel is doing good. Okay, when it sees either one, like or dislike, it doesn't matter. When it comes to how your channel does through the YouTube algorithm, the like or dislike makes no bit of difference. Just so you know. So if you don't like a person's video, the best thing to do is not leave a like or dislike. A lot of people go, I'm gonna hit that dislike button. That son of a bitch, I don't like what they're saying. I don't agree with them. No. And they hit the don't like button, the dislike button, the down, the down thumb. The thing is that the algorithm then says, oh, well, this channel's doing better. It just got another up or down. See what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Let's see. Good question. Why would we build like this? I do not know. You can't just put dirt in the water and build. Nope. I don't think. I think every time you hear that narrative, and I hear that narrative in Boston, Seattle, different places, New York, different places you say where they filled in the land, and I don't think that's the case. I think it is possible that land was filled in the old world. Now, there's a thought. Because we do, and the reason I think that is because we do see evidence that they did stuff like pilings, down into the ground, like in Boston. They have a big problem with the pilings failing now. Well, if we didn't build those buildings, okay, and they are on soil that was added, okay, so to speak, then it would stand to reason that it was done in the old world and then got mud flooded, and then, the pilings have gone bad now. I don't know if that made any, I don't know if that made any sense. Let's see. We got Tartarian trees. Why did I get banned from chat? You got banned because, I've had enough horse shit going this year. I ain't putting up no fucking horse shit. I'm an empath. I see you coming. Move along. Let's see. When you mark out a building, you go from outside of brick. Yeah, that's Megan. If I'm not mistaken, you do masonry work. If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong. Are you ever going to have John Levy on again? He's gone silent. I can't get anything out of him. I can't get an email. I can't get a text. I can't get a phone call. I can't get anything. I've tried other ways getting hold of him. He's gone silent. I don't know what the hell's going on with him. I don't know. I'd gladly have him on. I'd love to talk to him. I don't know. I don't know what is going on with John Levy. I have no idea. Me and Cam were talking earlier, chatting about we're trying to work out something to have a roundtable discussion about the discourse, the issues we're having in the truth community, more specifically our community, amongst the different researchers, because there's a lot of infighting and bullshit going on, and we want to try to have a roundtable discussion about that. So we're trying to figure out how to coordinate that. We're not sure what to do there, but we're working on it. We know it's a problem, and we're trying to find a way to discuss it without. We don't want an argument. We don't want to start a fight. We want to have an actual discussion. Okay. And it starts, and this is my, I've been thinking about this a lot lately, is infallibility. Okay. We as researchers, we as truthers are not infallible. Okay. We're not perfect. We make mistakes. We're not always right on the research. We do the best we can with what we got. Somebody else, okay, that's smarter than us, or has a different opinion, or has a different view, or have more information, or has come across something new, can come along and they can find something wrong with our research. And we need to be able to say, okay, well, let me see what you got. And not just say, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're not right. That's not true. Okay. That's not going to work. You've got to say, okay, I disagree with what you're saying, and here's why. And then the person that they're saying that to needs to go and say, okay, what are they talking about? Okay. Oh, okay. This is interesting. Okay. I didn't see this, or I didn't understand, or no, I don't agree with that. There needs to be a conversation. Okay. But the problem is when somebody disagrees with somebody else, they get their knickers in a bunch. Okay. And I've been, I guess I'm just not afraid to fucking stand up to these people. And it's, I'm pissing a lot of people off. I get, because I'm having questions. See, I've got questions, and they're not getting answered. And then people are getting upset because, well, they don't want to be questioned. They want to be infallible. You ain't infallible. You're human. You're a human being. You're a human becoming. I'm trying to help you to become. I am a human being becoming. Help me to become. Okay? We're not infallible. I don't care who you are. I don't care how high of a horse you're on. You're fallible. I'm fallible. And we need to work this out, because it only gets worse from here. Okay? We look like a bunch of middle school brats right now. All this infighting bullshit. And then people that have been found wanting, like the Meltards, they need to come clean, okay, and admit that they're full of shit, that they're frauds, and then start doing better. They need to go, okay, all right, we see where the problem is. Okay, we fucked up. Okay, yes, you're right. We have not been doing good research. But in the future, we're going to do good research. We're going to put forth the effort to pull our head out of our ass. See, they won't do that. No. They just go,
Oh, fat ass. Oh, asshole. He disagrees with us. Oh my goodness.
and they get their freaking britches in a bunch because they don't have nothing. Not once do these people come back and say, well, you showed how we're, not telling the truth here, but this is why you're wrong. No, they don't do that. No, they can't. They just go,
Fat ass. Asshole. Why are you picking on us? Why don't you do your own research and let us do ours?
because one of your claims is that the mud flood didn't happen. You say my research is bullshit from the start. You shot one across my bow. Declaration of war. But see, it doesn't have to be that way. We could have a discussion where I state my point of view and you state your point of view, and one of us is found to be a fraud. But you can't do that, and you know it. Okay. Is Crazy Metallica Battery good song? Okay, yeah. Ether powered a sound amplifier, giant megaphone. Let's see, getting through these questions. Let's see. There's Bernie. Hey, Bernie. When you build near water, you got to have big pylons. Yep, I was just talking about that. Yep. Just read down these. Bear with me here. I have to. It's harder to do this by yourself because it's a lot of your chats are not even talking to me, so it's y'all talking to each other. Let's see. When you have a channel that all they do is talk shit for no fucking reason, I don't want any part of it. Okay. If I'm going to talk shit, I've got a reason. I don't talk shit to talk shit. I talk shit because there's a point to be fucking made. That shit that's ignorance. I just don't have time for it. Let's see. What is this? Well, we've come a long way in 100 years to being able to use unmanned drones to blow up natural gas pipelines. Those drones are a mess. They're bad. Let's see. I'm trying to get down through these, y'all. What is this? You got to build a wooden frame for them arches, then let them dry before you remove the frame. Yeah. Yep. That's true. It's an arch frame. I don't know if that's the technical term. Thank you, Tobias. Let's see. What was I saying? All the buildings worldwide are the same. Same. That's a very, very good point that people need to realize, is that you don't want to just study one area, because all over the world it's the same style architecture. Yeah, there's subtle differences, but you see the same thing. The more you look at other buildings in other places all around the world, you will find the same architectural elements, just a little different. It's like people. You give 10 people a black t-shirt, and every one of them wear that black t-shirt a different way. Just saying. If we only had a time machine, we could go back and hit the mint and then the drugstore. Oh. How exactly do you burn a stone and marble construct to the ground? I don't know. Do you think the 60s box was an intentional effort to make buildings ugly? You got to wonder these days about everything. The 60s box, I guess you're saying the brutalism of architecture. Yes. Well, it was two things. It was to make the world a cold, drab place, to make it boring and uninspiring, and it was also to cover up the old world buildings. Brutalism is a very interesting topic, and it's very hard to research. I don't know why, but it is. I've been trying to find data on brutalism to make a video for a long time, and have had a lot of roadblocks trying to get the information I need. Angola State Pen in LA was a trip. I have nothing to back it up, but it felt older than the narrative tells us. Angola State Penitentiary, I guess, is what he's saying. Yeah. There's a weird feeling in these old buildings too. If you've ever been in them, and I've been in many of them, and there is a very different energetic feeling. I know that sounds airy-fairy, but it's true. Our cotton exchange in downtown Wilmington is still alive and well. Ugly as hell. Oh. I don't know that I've ever seen a masonry constructed building burned to the ground. Yeah, there's more when they fall to the ground. There seems like there's more to it. I mean, you can have structural failure during a fire due to roofs falling, floors falling, and they fall at the wrong angle and it bams into the wall. Yeah, it could, but you got to have a long sustained fire. It's got to be really hot. You got to have even the water getting put on it. But yeah, I mean, a brick building, and truthfully, the best thing to probably do in a fire in a brick building is to let it burn and just rebuild from there. What do I know? Yep, huge melted cobblestones. Yep. Okay. Oh yeah, oysters. I love oysters. Oysters are good. I'm just popping these up. Let you guys look at it. Paul Cook could really tell how those cobblestones are made and tell you they're not melted, right? I don't know. That I know that the Vanilla Skies they Vanilla Skied them for a reason. I don't know why. I mean, it might be a simple reason. It might be something we're not thinking. It might be, yeah, but then again, it could have been all kinds of shit in the background they didn't want us to see. I don't know. All I know, I can't say why they did it, but I can prove that they did. That I can prove. I've proved it over and over again in my show. Over and over and over and over and over again. Let's see, but I do think buildings truly were made to let giant stature people inside and may have just removed the original doors and made their doors. Yep. Yeah, I think the buildings, not all the buildings, I think some were for giants, some were for our size people. But yeah, I think a lot of the, if it looks like it was for a giant person, it was for a giant person. I mean, it's pretty elementary. Opera sucks, just so you know. We had an opera troupe come to my school in 3rd grade, and it was one of the worst experiences of my entire life. These people, they sounded like dying cats singing. It was horrible. I have nightmares about that. Hate opera. Yep, New Orleans now just ranked #1 capital for murders in the U.S., beating out Chicago, Philadelphia. Jeez. Yeah, Louisiana. Yeah, New Orleans it's got a bad record. There's a lot of badness going on there. A lot of negative energy. You have to wonder why. Why is there so much negative energy there? First opera can be traced back to Italy at the start of the 17th century, so they say. I mean, maybe there is good opera out there, but I had such a bad experience when I was in 3rd grade that I'd never want to hear opera again, ever, for any reason. I don't care if it's the best opera ever invented. In the correct frequency, the opera music inside the music houses could have been healing. Mm. Mm. We all live together as there are floors our sizes too, I reckon. Yeah. Yep. Let's see. Yeah, New Orleans does have some of the best food. Oh man, I don't know what they got going on down there, but it's good. I got to put them old buildings through a crusher to get aggregate for the concrete jungle. Antiquitech fascinates me. I wish we had more information. See, I think Antiquitech was one of the first things they removed from the buildings. So we don't even know. I think that was like major importance to get rid of that out of the buildings. So I think they removed a lot of things. I think Antiquitech was top priority. Yep, that pulley system that runs the electrical equipment. It's all over the place. Yep. Let's see. Mud fossils are from the apocalypse and Revelations, and the Mudflood buildings are from Jesus' 1,000 year reign. The beast has been released, and we're near the end. What do you think? You're asking the wrong one there, because I'm not a big fan of the mud fossils. I'm not a big fan of apocalypse. I'm not a big fan of the 1,000 year reign, and the beast. No, not a big fan of any of that. That's a bunch of horseshit narrative, if you ask me. But that's my opinion. Do your own thinking. Do your own research. I've been doing this 15 years, so I'm cooking with a different set of utensils than a lot of folks on this stuff. I bring a lot to the table, a lot that Mudflood is like one of the lesser topics that I research. It's the reason I do Mudflood research publicly is because it's one of the few topics people will actually shut the fuck up and listen about. that actually are interested in. Most of the subjects that I've studied over the last 15 years, most people either they don't want to hear it, they've already heard it, or they're not ready for it. And so I don't even go there. It's just not my thing. I'll just stick to Mudflood and just research it. I enjoy this for now. Maybe later on I'll venture into other things, but for now this is I feel I can be productive in this. Ooh, viaducts are referencing water. No, no. Aqueducts, aqua water. Aqueducts are for transfer of water. Viaducts are a raised platform. Just look up the definition of aqueduct and then look up the definition of viaduct. And I've done videos on this. Two different things. Two completely different things. Yep. 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 Yeah, I mean, I believe they erased a lot of time, but then, you know, you could also get into simulation theory at that point. It's more than probable that all of this is just a simulation. And not this is a good point, not a computer simulation. I do not believe in a computer simulated world. I'm talking about a thought simulation. The thought of the creator or God or whatever the hell you want to call him. I call the creator Bob sometimes. Whenever I'm like, oh, Bob, call creation whatever you want to call it. Doesn't matter. It's just a name. You don't know what the name of creator is. Creator probably doesn't have a name. It's probably unpronounceable. The point is, it's not a computer simulation like on the Matrix. It's not something that is ones and zeros. It's the mind of God, basically. Just so you know, I call it God's holodeck. Swastika is a very important symbol. Highly suggest you research swastika in ancient history. Ignore that Nazi BS. They stole the symbol because they knew they were trying to hide how good of a symbol that was, how important of a symbol that was. What is the point of elevating roadways? One would be to level out the streets. Two would be to hide the mud flood. Three would be to run utilities where they had no place to run utilities. There could be multiple reasons. To create subways, to have room for the subways. There's lots of good reasons to elevate the roadway. Viaducts of Atlanta. It's one of my top videos. Number 2 video. Just check my channel. Viaducts of Atlanta. And I just did a recent video with Campbell Autodidactic talking about viaducts. Go check it out. Could that arch be the remains of the proposed building that was destroyed, just repurposed the pieces later as the arch? I don't know. Could be. Yeah, the arcades. There was arcades all over the place. You might have you might have an arcade in your city. Look for arcades. Yes. That's good stuff. Empty horse-drawn cart on a muddy road is bad enough. Now add a couple tons of bricks to the equation. Yep. Why did they cobblestone the roads? Because it was the wheels and the horse hooves wouldn't sink into the wet mud. the water would run off the road easier. The horses could get better traction. It makes it a harder surface. It's cleaner. There's not as much dust. I mean, there's many reasons. I heard Karen B talk about this one day. Like, why would you cobblestone a road? There's no reason to do that. A horse likes to walk on the dirt better and walk in the mud better. No, no, they don't. Who the fuck told you that? God, something. Woo. Let's see. Thank you very much. 3-story brick and sandstone buildings here in Calgary, built in 1891. Only 3,000 people here at the time. Most for ranchers in the country. Sounds about right. So you get tornadoes up in Calgary. Yep, that's they're all over the place. Hello from Switzerland. Well, hello Switzerland. That's pretty cool. I don't think I've had anybody from Switzerland join the show. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. It's wonderful how this research is going around the world. We're missing quite a few, the non-English speaking countries we're missing out. Like I've had very little contact with people from Japan and China and Russia just because of the language barrier. I had a couple people from Japan though speak with me, so and they were so interested. One was really interested in trying to help, and they were so, their English was so bad that I had to stop communicating with them because it was just, sometimes it's just impossible to communicate with people that don't speak your language. It's just too difficult. But they were really excited to try to help. Stonemasons are incredible. Freemasons can't tell stone from Kentucky stone, kidney stone. Real bricklayers are true artists as well. Absolutely. Coolio is dead. Coolio the rapper? Did he die? I don't know. I don't know if I'm missing something there. If he did, I hadn't heard that. I'd love to see you guys walk down the same street in Google together and check it out. Break it down, share the knowledge. You and Cam work well together. Yeah, I think me and Cam need to do more. We're in communications now, me and Cam. We hadn't been too in communication. I went through I've had a weird history was doing this, and a lot of different things have transpired through the years. I've been doing this since 2019, but I mean, you can really scratch pretty much off 2019 because I really was kind of half-assing it, and I didn't get serious about it until 2020, and then I was really sick, so it just didn't materialize the way it should have, just because I just was struggling. But this past January, I got healing and started doing a lot better. And then about the same time that I got healing, I started dealing with this Meltard bullshit. This Meltard bullshit has been going on a lot longer than a lot of people realize. This has been going on since January. I didn't even realize that until recently when we were reviewing. Me and JJ were reviewing what had actually transpired, and I had just remembered it going back to May, but we traced it back to January. So this shit's been going on a long time. I did not know that. It's funny, things get lost in the shuffle, but that has been taking up a tremendous amount of my time. Sometimes you got to dig in and fight. Sometimes you have to stand up for what you believe, and sometimes you have to stand on the wall by yourself. But I'm not standing on the wall by myself anymore. People are standing up with me, and I appreciate every one of you for doing that. I wish you had to come on board sooner because I could have used you, but you're here now, and that's what counts. So we're making progress now. I wonder if certain crystals are Titan kidney stones. I don't know. That's I guess okay. Is it possible? Possible. Here's the problem. Every time I went to look into like mud fossils and stuff like that, and the whole giant fossils and all this, the whole problem is that every time I look into it, the people that were doing the research were same as the Meltology. They say everything is a mud fossil, everything is a fossilized giant, everything, and I'm like, nope, nope, not everything. Not everything's Mudflood, not everything's Meltability, not everything's mud fossil, not everything's everything. Okay, there's different thing going on in different places, and so when I see that, there's a couple things that are red flags. That kind of thing is a red flag to me. That kind of thing really sets me off in the direction of not believing you. So it turns me off to your research. The stones were lights, he said. Antiquitech stones. Still don't know what you're talking about. Coolio just died of heart attack from a jab. Oh, okay. I did not hear that. That's interesting. No, I hadn't heard that. Mudflood is a serious business called liquefaction, devastating results. Many people are in denial of the fact. Actually, I'm not on board with liquefaction. Liquefaction is where the earth vibrates and the water comes up and it mixes the soil, and then the building will shake. But the problem is that what we see are level buildings, and if you had liquefaction, it would tilt the building. Okay, you would have a tilted building and not a level building, so it cannot be liquefaction. Now there could be instances like the Leaning Tower of Pisa where there was an earthquake, there was a liquefaction of that certain area, and it caused a leaning tower. There are quite a few leaning towers in our world, but the mass majority, there are millions and millions of buildings that are not liquefaction. So, and I have a mud flood theory by Big. So if you want to go the exoteric version of what I believe mud flood is, then mud flood theory by Biggs. And other than that, basically we're in a simulation. That's the esoteric version. I went to the pirate ship at Luna Park with my son. It was terrifying. I used to go to a pirate ship that went out over the mountains. I've got Ann Pearson's channel link, I believe. Coolio is done. He's a gangster's. I think you mean he's on Fantastic Voice now. We have Trolley Park here too. It's now Brownus Park, a public park with a mini train, a pond, fountain, paddle boats. All right. Michael just passed 1,000 uploads. I just recently passed 500, but it's actually I actually backed off some, and then I passed 500, backed off some, but that's not even the right number because a lot of the uploads I've done, I've probably done 100 uploads that got deleted or copy blocked or copy whatever, taken off, or had to take them off or something. So I don't know. I don't honestly know how many uploads I have. Might be more than that. I don't know. I've been a concreter for 36 years, Maggie. Paul Cook got John Levy to contact him. I don't think so. I don't think so. Everyone was hassling John, so if he goes silent, there's no more material for them to hassle him with. I don't know what's up with John. I don't know. Heavy as the crown. That's all I can say. Yeah. If you can't answer the questions, you shouldn't be put forward to claims. Yes, and see, this is something I've said over and over and over again, is when these people, these meltologists, they say mountains are melted buildings or bricks, balloon rock. I say, okay, prove that. And they say, well, we have proved it. We've shown you the pictures. And I'm like, no, a picture is not the proof. It's not evidence. But it's not my responsibility to prove your theory. You come out with a crazy ass theory, it's your responsibility to prove that crazy ass theory. Why do I have to prove your crazy shit? How the hell am I going to prove some crazy shit? That don't even make no damn sense. You come out with a crazy prove your own damn theory. Good point, Bernie. Takes big man to admit when he's wrong, and I'm not afraid to say that I am a giant among men. Oh, let's see. I wish the Melt crew would abandon the balloon rock theory instead of doubling down on it. Yes. I think once it's done and said, I think we should start a new research group of melted buildings. A whole destroy the word meltology. The word meltology has been fucked for all eternity. It will never be a word that will be used in the circles of real researchers. That's a bullshit fucking word. It was a great word until they destroyed it, until they tainted its name. It's like a tainted woman. You don't want to touch her. Sazi Citadel, they said the other day, is melted. They say everything's melted. Icebergs, cobblestone roads, mountains, every damn thing under the sun is melted. Grave sites, graveyards, melted components on a. Oh, good God. What is a meltologist? Sounds very funny. It's an idiot. Hold on a second. Let's see. Let's get through this.
Sell crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here.
Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Bear with me.
Sell crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here. Sell crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here. Sell crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here. Sell crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here. Sell crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here.
This is what they really are.
Oh, Taco Bell, product placement with Taco Bell. Injarito, macho burrito.
Master Tang, what are you doing here?
I've come to kick ass.
The first rule of Flat Club is you don't talk about Flat Club.
Oh boy, Oh my goodness, I just can't help myself. I'm just having fun here, guys. Watch this.
No. Definitely no. Positively no. Decidedly no.
I triple dog dare you!
Very pussy.
On a scale from 1 to 10, my friend, you're fucked.
You got knocked the fuck out!
Okay, that's enough. Maybe
You're a moron! You're a moron! You're a moron!
Okay, all right, that's enough of that. Okay. I had to add a few new toys. Let's see. Let's get back to these. I do a lot of big foundations and high-rise skyscrapers. And when I came across Mudflood, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Yeah, I could imagine that was eye-opening. Let's see. I don't care who you are. Let's see. New West. Where in Calgary you are? Brickburn Park. Old brick factory. Huh. Hi, Jason Marshall. Welcome to the show. Let's see. No, look, this Tartarian truther person, I've seen this person's channel, and everything I saw was them talking shit about Mudflood researchers. Well, why do I need to spend time on that? It's a waste of time. It's creating negative energy for the sake of creating negative energy. It's one thing to talk shit when somebody is putting out fraudulent information like the Meltards. But to talk shit just because you can't think of something original to do, that you can't, God, YouTube, man, people just just don't have time for that shit. It's just bullshit. This is very serious to me. I like to have fun, but I know funny. And that shit was not funny. That somebody tells a joke about me and it's funny, I'll laugh. But that was just bullshit. Crap. Who the hell wants to watch that shit? We should go explore it with the new eyes. Yeah, y'all should get together. Indo 337. Hello. What I don't understand is why John Levy's focusing on brand new buildings in faraway lands, trying to claim they are old without evidence and against first-hand reports claiming they are new constructions. I don't know. I tried to reach out. I mean, I don't know. It seems like when I ask legitimate questions of my fellow colleagues and researchers, that they get their knickers in a bunch, and then they just won't communicate. I'm seeing that problem more and more, and I don't understand. I mean, we consider ourselves this truth movement, and we're supposed to be able to look at things with new eyes and with the ability to not just regurgitate everything we hear and not to believe everything we hear, and not to be so rigid in our belief system that we have to be fluid and we have to take on new meaning. We have to be able to take being wrong. And there's our community is getting this infallibility to it. And I don't know why. I don't understand it. It's very disturbing to me. This is not where I think we should be going, but I don't know if I have a question about someone's research, I don't care who they are, I'm gonna try the nicest tone I can to ask the questions, and if you don't want to answer them, then that's going to be a problem. I mean, why am I not allowed to ask questions? Why are you not allowed to ask? Why is it? Why can we not ask why can we not have a difference of opinion and state that? Why do we have to hold our fucking tongues because we don't agree? I'm not saying, hey,
I don't believe what you say. What you said is wrong. No. It's not true. I don't believe you.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when I say I disagree with you, I don't say I just disagree. I say I disagree with you because ba 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 wah 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 wah. I give a fucking reason, okay, a specific fucking reason, and I expect a fucking answer. If you can't answer it, there's a problem. Anyways, three sandstone quarries in there. The processing plant factory was there too. They supposedly pressed brick and cut sandstone there. I don't know. There may not be anything wrong with John. There may be everything wrong. I don't know. That's the problem, is I don't know. I mean, I got the man on speed dial right here, and I'm not gonna bother picking up the phone to speed dial him. Why? Because he won't pick up. He won't return the calls. He quit. So why bother? What's the point of having somebody's phone number if they won't pick up? I can't do anything with the man. I don't know. I have questions and I'm not getting them answered. And here's the thing. I've kept my mouth shut about John. It's the viewers that started talking like, hey, what the hell's going on here? Something's not right. Y'all started the conversation. There's a lot of questions I have that I have not made public. Some very serious questions about, his recent work. But I'd like to ask him that in private. But I can't get that private conversation. I guess I ain't worthy. I don't know. I have no fucking idea. I don't know. It's not just me. Everybody's having the same problem. It's not here. It's there. It's on his end. Whatever it is. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about John not uploading. Sometimes he doesn't upload. That's not a big deal. Heard some odd opera like one playing on the phonograph in the movie Okie dokie. When the ship breaks, the lines is going down the rapids. Werner Herzog is a weirdo. If he does opera, yeah, I agree with that. Yep. Oh, yeah. Somebody's saying hi to you, Bernie. I feel that the reason for much of the scientific lies is because the establishment is trying to hide biblical cosmology. I don't use biblical anything for any of my research. That I don't know. If you had any idea how much that was manipulated, you would not use that either. But that's something you have to come to on your own. I've studied every religion around the world, and I was a Christian for the first 18 years of my life. Been there, done that. I'm a pantheist now. If you don't know what that is, look it up. It's very simple. All is God. All. Everything. All. The word all. A-L-L. All. That's my belief. That's it. No extras, no like externalities of thought. It's not a religion. It's a spiritual belief. It's very simple. All is God. That's it. Hi. I look at the way Matt Quantum Conscious does the church. Okay. Matt seems like a good guy, but my personal opinion with Matt is that he never really gets his mind made up about what he thinks. He never gets there. He thinks and thinks and thinks and thinks and thinks and thinks and thinks, but he philosophizes, but he never gets anywhere. He just runs around in circles chasing his own tail with his thoughts. I don't have time for that shit. I did that shit 15 years ago. Those viaducts and raised levels are ridiculously prominent, even in towns with populations that are minuscule, to support such effort. We had an arcade. It was called Penny Lane. That's cool. I've always liked that name, Penny Lane. It's gone now, of course. Of course. First arcade is the Paddock Arcade in Watertown, New York. Huge Mason City, home of the CIA Doles family, and a city of robber barons in the late 19th century. Penny Lane Entertainment. I watched your presentation on San Francisco. It was absolutely ridiculous for that much work to have been done in such difficult area in a short time. Yeah, San Francisco is a big rabbit hole. A lot going on in that little neck of the woods. BEAGS, me and Cam, we should do another one together next week on our autodidactic alchemist program. That is probably doable. We'll have to work that out. I don't know what day you do that on. I'm going to try to with me and Paul Cook are going to try to speak on Monday, and then Wednesday I'm doing my live show here. But any other day is doable. But then again, depending on when I do Paul Cook on Monday, I might be available Monday. He was going to figure it out. Basically, he's got a lot going on this weekend. He's got to figure out how he can fit me in, how he's feeling, and when he wanted to work out a time that was good for both of us. He's working on that. He's going to let me know. I'm just showing up and happy to do so. So glad you're healed. I also had a healing recently for serious illness. You and I also have the same tattoo, the open flower of life. Cool. And the universe wanted me here because I should not be here. If I was here on my own accord, I wouldn't be here, because if you only knew how sick I was, it'd amaze you. I was extremely sick for about 2 years. Most of the time I've done YouTube, I've been very sick, and it just got worse. It got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And I don't know how I made it through it. I don't think I'll ever know that. I don't know how I know how I got healed, but I don't know how in the hell I made it to get healed. No idea. So I'm trying to for some reason, the Creator wants me to be here to do something, and the only thing I know to do is to do what I'm doing and try to do it the best I possibly can, and fight the bad guys at every turn that I have to, the best I can, and if I got to, sometimes you got to get your hands, you got to get your knuckles bloody in order to, do the right thing. So that's just, I've been fight. These Meltology people are the nastiest fucking creatures I've ever seen in my entire life. They are, I'm going to tell you the truth. I have dealt with crackheads that were easier people to deal with than these meltologists. They are literally nastier than crackheads. And I'm not joking. You just don't know. I remember when I was a kid, a joke people had about old timers was to mention the sky is falling. I wonder if they could have caused some of the raised levels. That's a think piece. I'd have to think about that one. That's interesting. Yeah, hit me up. Yeah, y'all need to get together. That. I like it when people, talk about getting together like that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. There are people saying there are veins in the ground that have blood in them. I find it ridiculous. I've never heard that. I don't know. I hadn't heard that. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out it all. Just a regular Nana. I don't do research into the stones. I'm very new to this all. I don't know. We're all new to this all. See, this is something I've been telling people lately that you need to understand when you wake up, okay? And I'll tell you this from personal experience. When I woke up 15 years ago, I thought I had arrived to the awakening. I was an awakened one, and I had all this new information, and I was sitting higher than the plebeians beside me, and the sheeple were lesser beings, But that's not true. The truth is that when you awake, you only awaken to a certain frequency, a certain level, okay? But then through time, through learning, through experience, through research, through meditation, through all kinds of things, you raise that vibration, that level of awakening. We're not all at the same awakened level. I don't care who you are. Example being Karen B. She's an awake person, but she's not that awake. I don't care how she comes across. She does an excellent show, but the truth is that there's a lot of stuff that she's not awake to because she's on a lower vibrational awakened level. She'll get there. Give her time. Give her time. She will have it'll slap her between the eyes one day, and she'll be like, wow, okay, maybe I shouldn't have been so mean about the Mudflooders and the Tartarian researchers, and maybe Sam Squinches aren't real, and look, we're all on different levels. I got a long ways to go too, y'all. We're all just in this together, trying to fit our little pieces together and trying to come up with something more than we knew yesterday. The autodidactic extremes have been excellent this week. I agree with that. Here we go. Oh, glad to be here. Interesting channel with good content. Oh, there's University of Light. Loved content with Kim. Also fascinating with the light ships. Keep up the great work. Yeah, the light ships. I've tried. I had one picture of a light ship, and it's the same one that everybody else had, I think. And people ask me through the years what is going on with that ship, and I'm like, I kept looking and trying to find more information about this light ship, and I just could not find more. I couldn't find pictures of more. I couldn't find anything. And so I ran across one more picture recently. And that one picture allowed me to do a reverse image search. And in that reverse image search, it popped up that word light ship. I thought, wow, okay, what's this? So I went and looked into it, and that whole bit of research opened up. But I had been looking for that research for a long time, not a lot, but here and there, I would remember that, or I would go look for it. And sometimes you just have to search the right way or with the right information. And I just got lucky this time finding that. So I'm glad y'all enjoyed. They're really interesting. A lot there's something going on with those. I don't have the answers, but I got a lot more now than I had before. I like John, but I wouldn't want to be in his shoes. Neither would I. You know, I heavy as the crown. I would not want to be in John's position. I think it would be very distracting to what I was trying to do here. There's too much bullshit. I mean, y'all, I don't know if y'all realize do y'all realize how many people make hit pieces on John and meme videos and spoof videos and joke videos about John? I mean, it's ridiculous. And there's all these people, they have these stupid ass concepts of what John is and what he's doing. And it's like, God, you people have never even talked to him. I've talked to him, okay? He's just like us, y'all. He's just a dude. He's just a dude. He's just a guy. He's not perfect. He's not all that. He's just a dude. He's just a lot of people like the way he's done what he does. I mean, I could do what he does. It's not that difficult. His research is good, but it's like it's not the research. It's the way he presents it. I could do that. I don't want to do that. It's not my way. It's his way. I don't have any interest in doing it that way. I'm not running a dog and pony show. Not saying he's a dog and pony show, but there's other channels out there that are dog and pony show. They get up there and they do their little dance and they dance around and do their little magic acts and do some crazy ass shit. And okay, that's their thing. Okay, that's good for them, but that's not me. It's not what I'm trying to do. I don't know. Has anyone else seen the movie A Boy and His Dog? Yes, that is a great movie where they have the buildings underground after some disaster, and they never tell what the disaster is. That was a cool movie. I've got that. I actually have a copy of that. Meltology states that the bricks churn in the wall, but the wall stays upright. Exactly. I never heard of brick balloon rock. What is that? See, this is a big problem, is that a lot of people, I think a lot of people, when I started going on about these meltologies, I think a lot of people did not know what the hell I was talking about. And if they did know what I was talking about, they didn't know the extent of how deep it was. It was like talking to Campbell on my last live stream, where like I was telling him things about this meltology that they believe, and he was like, oh, he couldn't believe what I was telling him. It was just blowing his mind, because he doesn't spend his time doing that shit. I only spent my time doing this stuff because I had started to try to get a debate going with Jen, the Truth Seeker 69. And by researching her work, I realized how horseshit she was. And I know a lot of people respect her, but I'm going to be honest with you. If you really understood her research, you would not respect her research or her work. I'm sorry. I don't respect her. And I don't care about her as a person. I could give two fucks about her as a person. I don't care who you are. Personally, I don't care who you are. I care about the research. If your research is horseshit, I'm going to call you out. I don't care what you got between your legs. I don't care, what you look like or what color you are or what, ethnicity or country you come from or location or age or none of that shit. If you're putting out horse shit research and I disagree with it, I'm going to tell you that. And if you get your knickers in a bunch, I'm going to tell you doubly so. As a narrative about society hiding underground during a cataclysm. Yeah, I think it's possible, very possible, that our people came from underground, and then we found the buildings. I think that's a strong possibility. Oh, going on down. Everybody's laughing about something. I don't know what we're laughing about. Laughing out. I don't know. I'm going with no comment here. If you've been on my channel, you know the comment that I would make. Yeah, y'all need to get in touch. That's good. Wait a minute. Bernie, you're supposed to get in touch with me too. We got Campbell and Paul got all meta and watched his videos on stream. Oh, wait. Who and what meow? Super troopers. Are we talking about our stream history and forgot about me in with Paul and Campbell? Let's see. On Campbell's stream with Paul, they watched Tartaria Truth's video mocking a stream a few days ago, and they mocked it. I don't think I saw that. I don't know. No, that doesn't sound familiar. Yes, Campbell and I stream on both your channels, and it was me who loaded up and played Tartaria Truth's video about us. I don't remember. I don't think I saw that. Can't talk about something I don't know. It's not important how it happened. We have found all these anomalies and basically proves that the historical narrative is untrue. Yes. I think that's the best we can expect at this moment, is to get to the point where we prove to the world, to the masses, that the historical narrative is total horseshit. Not saying to throw away history, because a lot of history is true. It just may not have happened exactly the way we were told, or it might have been the time where it happened was changed, or stories were morphed together. We need to study history. We can't just throw it out. A lot of people just want to throw it out and say none of that existed, and I don't think that's the way to go. I love history. I think it will also help you understand where the horse shit is. Yeah. This is good, giving reason for disagreement. I agree with you 100%. This is an intelligent thing to do. Yeah. A lot of people, I hear it all the time, coming to myself and coming to other people, saying, I don't agree with you, or that's not true, and that's all you get. It's like, okay, well, what don't you agree with? Where it's you when you say I don't agree, you have to give a reason for not agreeing, because I have to be able to. You can't just make a statement of I don't agree and then walk away and then you've made your point. You hadn't made any point. Okay. When you disagree with someone, you explain why you disagree with them. And it's up to them to see where it goes from there. Perhaps this demonstrates the fluidity of reality. Maybe in John Levy's reality, what he is saying makes sense. Okay, that's a kind of a good point. John is in the middle of the desert. Okay, like he's in the middle of freaking nothing. Okay, he's got this area he is in is an area that I believe could possibly have melted buildings. Okay. And that is important to understand. Okay. I believe there are areas that are where these melted buildings are and areas where they're not. Like in the city of New York, they're not melted buildings. In Raleigh, North Carolina, where I'm from, there's no melted buildings. None. Okay. In the mountains of North Carolina, those mountains are not melted buildings. I don't give a damn what they say. All mountains, they'll say all mountains are melted buildings. No, that is not true. That is a lie. That is 100% false. And then they go, well, maybe not all buildings, but wait, you said all buildings are melted buildings. All mountains are melted. If you say all mountains are melted, if I say I got a 12-inch pecker, okay, I expect you to believe I got a 12-inch pecker. Okay. I don't say I got a 12-inch pecker and then 20 minutes later say, well, maybe it's 11.5 inches. If I say it's a 12-inch pecker, I better prove it. That's all I'm saying. These people, I swear. 90% of John Lay's videos are excellent. There shouldn't be any hard feelings of the small percentage of possible faulty research. I don't have any hard feelings. And you know, I have a few questions, but they're very important questions. And I think other, like Paul has questions I haven't asked. He's come to his own questions. I think we all have certain questions. I'm sure they have questions about my work, but the problem is when you shut down and you don't communicate, you don't know who's not got the right idea. If you shut down the communications, then nobody wins. We all lose. So exactly, BEAGS. And sorry about I'm about 5 minutes behind in the stream. Okay, exactly. Intelligent questions and evidence is essential. I have nothing against John Levy. I love him for all he's done in the community, but lately it's a what the fuck. Yeah. It's just been recently. It last month or two. He went in this different. And if you weren't really into, I think I was seeing a lot of things a lot of people weren't noticing. I logged all the stuff that I think is odd, but I don't know what's going on. It's very, I don't know. I would love to talk to him about it because I don't want to. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misreading what he's saying. I would love to talk to him and ask him the questions that I have, so I don't have to go out in public and ask the questions because, then I look like an asshole. I don't want to be. I like John, but I can't get any communication out of him. I don't know. I hope he's okay. I'm sure he's fine. The body is an incredible machine, intelligent design, no evolution possible, no possibility. The human body comes from an explosion. No, I don't come from a monkey, neither do you. Yeah, get together, get together and meet, people in your area. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, I think there'll be more of that as we go. I think we're very new. This is very new research, y'all. I don't think y'all realize how new this research is. We're very, very green and new, which is exciting. Basic Buddhist meditation, focus, peripheral vision on 2 points. It will stop your thoughts and you get a little peace. Cool. The RMS Olympic ripped the Nantucket lightship in half. Dang. Wow. Even things like GPS are lies. Lauren existed since World War II. Who are the people, the Meltologists? I have never heard this word in my life. It's a joke, perhaps. No, it's not a joke. Write this down. The Truth Seeker 69, Spartan Red, When the Buildings Cried, and the Tartarian Meltdown. Those channels will lead you to the rabbit hole that is the Meltards. And do your own thinking. I don't have to. Here's the thing. I don't have to explain it to you. Go watch their videos. I highly suggest it, because if you go there, you'll get it. And I won't have to tell you shit. They'll tell you. They'll explain it. How is stuff not a dog show? That's a low blow. That was pretty good. See, I like a good joke. That's funny. I like that one. That's pretty funny. I think Igor and Will Nichols are right to discourage too much gullibility. I think they are acting more negative than finding ways of moving forward, and things we can't see aren't right. I would add Static and Attic to that list. I call them the skeptards. They're skeptics, and they're not actual skeptics. All they are is people that are in denial, and are not able to actually. They're actually able to research, but they're not actually. They go in saying, "I'm going to research Mudflood," let's say, and they go in, but they're using cognitive dissonance. They're saying in the forefront of their mind that they're going to actually research Mudflood, but what they're saying in their subconscious mind, okay, is they're going to disprove Mudflood. Okay, they're full of shit. They're basically a dude sitting with a post up his ass, and he can't decide which side of the fence to fall over on. Okay. They're useless. I think they're lower than the Meltards, because at least the Meltards have passion about their ridiculous beliefs. A Skeptard doesn't believe in shit. I have no respect for that. You have good taste in music. Thank you, and I agree. That actually is something I have always had a knack for music. It was always a thing in my past where people they'd go to the record store and they'd be like, I wonder what a good record is. And they'd call me up on the phone. They'd say, hey, what's a good record to buy? And I'd give them a good record. I was good at understanding music, and I knew a lot of different kinds of music, and I knew good music. I know good tunes when I hear it. And except for opera or country, I just can't. But no, I like music. I like good music, and I like all kinds of good music. I like everything from Slipknot to Grace VanderWaal. Okay, I'm give you a broad range. I mean, I like a lot of different kinds of things. I know Grace Van, I get it, but you got to understand, there's a lot of good music out there. I don't like everything everybody does. Sometimes I only like one song of a band. One song. Sometimes that's all it takes. I like all kinds of music. I like good music. I'm a big fan of the cover, but well done. I like a cover that's been sung or played, but in your own way. Okay, I don't like a cover that's played verbatim as to what was there before. I like it completely flipped upside down and played backwards. I like to hear a song completely gutted and rearranged into your own consciousness. That shit is fucking hot. I think A Boy and His Dog is free on YouTube, at least in Spanish it is. I don't think it might even be in English too. I've got a copy of it. That's a cool movie. Maybe this is a phenomenon in the U.S. only. The Meltologist not. It's worldwide, I'll assure you. Meltardation is worldwide. I'll promise you that. I mean, every inch of the globe, every inch they have claimed. They believe icebergs are melted buildings, if that narrows it down for you. It was a very end of stream. They laughed at Tartarian truce. I didn't see that. I don't know. I don't know what stream you're talking about. I don't. Okay. In Turkey, located in okay. What the hell? Is an underground ancient cave system that could be 20,000 people with plumbing water system they have found over 50 years. Oh, yeah. See, I think that now that this is just my speculation, but I think that that's where we were hiding out during this event. I think we were in the undergrounds, and those places are where we were camped out. It's just an opinion. I don't think everything is a lie in history, but I think there is a reason for repeating themes. There's probably a lot of untruth because virtuous men don't always win and create the narrative. That's true. I mean, it's like the sun god myth, you know. You see it repeated over and over and over and over again. They put different facades on that myth. It's just repeated over and over and over again in different ways. They add a little tinker of this and a little sweetness of that, and switch a name here and an event there, and add a spiritual, power here, and take away one there, and they add kryptonite to this one, and I don't think all the wars we fought that they say if you look at all the wars that they say we fought in our world, I don't think those wars are, I don't believe that we did these wars that they say I don't believe these wars. I just don't think that they actually happened. I don't. It's just an opinion. Let's see. All mountains are melted buildings. Those people must be joking. Mount Everest and Swiss Alps too. Their statement that they make over and over. Matter of fact, let me explain this to you in a very simple terms. They have a website, a Facebook page. Okay, I've never been to it, but I've sent my operatives in there, and they're I forget what their Facebook page is called. But it's they ask you a question to enter into the Facebook page, and if you don't answer the question, you cannot get onto their page. It's called Melted Brick University or something like that, and it's on Spartan Red's channel. You go to his channel, it'll be a link on there. Go check it out for yourself. But the question they ask is, what are mountains? That's the question. That's the entrance question. The answer is melted buildings. What are mountains? Melted buildings. That should sum it up. I agree, Biggs. I like John too, but wish he would take questions. I agree. If you ever get around to it, you think you could be interested in having Michael Farah, the one guest Philip Drozen had on his channel. Michael Farah. Michael Farah. That name doesn't sound familiar. The one guest Philip Drozen had on his channel. That's not true. He's had other guests on his channel. So I'm not sure what you're talking about there. I have a lot of respect for Philip Drusden. I won't do an interview with him, and I'll tell you why. Because I've watched other English speaking Americans do live streams with Philip, and Philip is Russian, and he speaks English, but his English is not as good as he thinks it is, and he does not get American sarcasm. And so what happens is when someone is speaking him and they are sarcastic in any way, he gets offended. And the problem is I'm a smartass. And I don't want to offend Philip, because I respect Philip, because a lot of his research helped me understand Mudflood. And he's one of the OGs. He's a goat. So yeah. I would love to do a live stream with him. I would love to do a chat with him. I don't do one with him out of respect for him, because I don't want to offend him. But I don't know who this Michael Farah, I don't know who that is. My girlfriend said it's me or this community. I often wonder what she's up to. Hey, we're going to plan our yearly rave with Paul Cook. Hi, Andrea. How you doing? Oh, I don't want to see any of that Meltard stuff. I wish I hadn't either, but you know, it is what it is. I'm not trying to discourage people from going to look at their stuff. I think you should do your own damn research. And if you go to that research, go to it with clear eyes and don't believe, like, do your own thinking. Don't let them, they're very shady in how they go about what they're doing. They're basically a cult. Some bad people in there. They have, I ain't getting into it. They're nasty people. Starts with death threats. I've had death threats from these fuckers. Now that should explain everything you need to know about these fucking people. Anyways, Woody had old videos where he said he was entirely willing. He deleted his old content and started this debunking crap. Yeah, like I said, Woody is a skeptic, and he's a fellow with a post up his ass. And he can't decide which side of the fence to fall over. Does he believe? Does he not believe? He's more comfortable with the post up his ass. I don't want no post up my ass. I want to fall to one side or the other. But that's me. I don't trust her like Woody. I'm sure on a personal level, Woody is a good person, a nice fella. But when it comes to research, I have no respect for him. Sorry. A couple of good Australian musicians, Johnny Butler, Xavier Rudd, and the Waifs. Okay, I'll check into that. I like music recommendations. How long since we were underground? The best I can guess is that we started coming out from the underground in waves around roughly 1812 to 1850. That's when, you know, I think they sent out you know, the founders first, you know, that the ones that were sent out to clean the buildings and kind of log what was going on and what needed to be done. And then you had the wave of the people that came through. I also think the Chinese weren't here to build the railroads. I think the Chinese were used to do the construction of redoing like the stairs and things like this, and bring the windows and doors up from the lower levels and bring the trolley tracks up and undig the train tracks, things like this. Yep, icebergs and melted buildings. They say they're crystallized brick. Oh, that's the robber barons. Yep. That's one of the theories about the Paris catacombs, that humanity had to resort to cannibalism to survive underground. It's possible. I don't think I think if you study the plague long enough, you'll realize that that was a horseshit story. That there's a lot more to that than we were told. That they were not honest there. They have never found any evidence of the Battle of Waterloo. You know, that's something I remember distinctly as a kid going to I forget, it was the major, I don't remember, Yorktown maybe. It was the battlefield. It was one of the major Civil War or Revolutionary battlefields. Revolutionary War. I remember going there and it was like this flat field of nothing. And they were like, yeah, this is where the battle took place. And I remember thinking, it's a field. like I remember just thinking, well, how do you know that? Like where there's no, I don't know. It was like you have an image in your mind of World War I where they have all the bomb holes and everything. It was just a flat field. I mean, it looked like you could have a great game of football out there. I don't know. I just remember thinking when I was little that dog didn't hunt. I mean, I don't know. Yes, see. There ain't melted buildings, that's for sure. Hey, to Joy Now, welcome. Yeah, there's a lot more to Napoleon than we're told. That reminds me of her name. I'm getting tired. What's her name? Oh man. Gosh, she sings a song, Napoleon, and she's like, just like we're all fucking Napoleons. That's such a good song. Annie DeFranco. Fuck, she's good. I mean, she's feminazi. Don't give me. She's a feminazi rebel rocker, but she's really good. One of my favorite albums is her Living in Clip live album. Annie DeFranco, Living in Clip. Fucking phenomenal album. I love that album. Great album. If you hadn't checked it out, check it out. I call her feminazi rebel rocker. But she's great though. She really is a talented musician. I just don't agree with all her feminism like politics. You know, they created feminism to destroy the family and screw men up and make us pussies, and you know, we need to get back to the family unit and men being men and women being women, and we need each other. Not this horse shit. I don't know. So much bullshit they've taught us and we believed it. We love smart butts here. Yeah. I love sarcasm. Sarcasm's good. A lot of people don't get sarcasm though. But the funny thing is, when I find out somebody is not one of these people that gets sarcasm, like in my personal life, and I get to the point where I understand, okay, this person doesn't get sarcasm, I really fuck with them. Because then I know that if I'm very, very strategic about it, I can fuck with them all day long, and they have no idea I'm fucking with them. It's just, it's good fun. It just kills me. Sounds like a cult. Answer a question in order to join the cult. This is a text of lots of cultists. Yep. And don't try to ask them questions about their research, because they will not. And I mean questions that go against what they say. When you have a question where you disagree, they will not answer that question. They will block you. They will delete you. They will ignore you. Forget about it. Hey, Marathon Beags. That's me. Beags is a master too of Mud Kung Fu sarcasm. Do your own diligence. Do your own diligence. Hey, it's getting late. Oh, goodness. Yep. In 3 days, there's 5 things that happened within 3 days. I had a death threat from Meltologist. I got, Jen blamed me for her channel getting taken down, which was bullshit. I got challenged to a pay-per-view fist fight. They were going on and on about me, calling me fat ass. And they copy striked me for using one of their videos to disprove their research. In 3 days, they hit me left, right, and center. And so that's why I put out a video literally cussing them the fuck out. That you go back in my BEAGS message to all Meltologists or whatever it's called. That's me giving them, like, I'm through with this shit. You motherfuckers. I was fed the fuck up at that point. No, there was just no more Mr. Nice. I have been nice up until now. I ain't playing on these fuckers. There's only so much you can fucking take before you just have to let them have it. But I was I was not fully involved with that. They don't want me to get fully involved. That would be not a good thing for them. I don't want them to lose their channels. I don't want them to go away. I just want them to do good fucking research. And I want them to quit lying to you, the viewer. That's all I want. Is that too much to ask? This is supposed to be the truth movement? Calm the fuck on. That's not truth. Yep. And I told them they could come. They were more than in the Second Amendment. Told them to come the fuck on. What, you don't fear? What'd that man say? We have nothing to fear but fear itself. Fear. Fucking morons. Yeah. Is this news to y'all? I mean, it go in my comment, go my community section on my YouTube channel and scroll down, and there's a I don't remember how far down, but there I post the actual death threat on my community page. It's there for you to read. It's there. Go read it. And you can read the death threat for yourself. Now you have you will, if you've got to use your mind. Okay, don't. It's not, I'm going to kill you. You've got to. They're trying to be clever about it. But if you actually go read it and use some discernment, you will understand that's exactly what that is. And you will also see that I told them they can take both sides of my ass and go fuck themselves. Let's see. Founder Faux Under, secrets of our faux under. I suspect Woody has been compromised, especially since he has teamed up with the disgraced and beyond respect show Ewar. Woody has made Ewar on his thing lately, something like 10 videos in a row. Yeah. I mean, that whole gang is just horse shit. I have no respect for those guys. I don't know. I just don't. I was never on board with the Ewar thing. I mean, I watched the videos, but my personal opinion was that all they did was regurgitate what others' research had done, and he just collated others' research. That was my opinion of Ewar, and I just took it for that. I didn't like, a lot of people put Ewar up on this high pedestal, and I never did that. I don't know. I just saw, I didn't like think he was a bad guy. I just didn't see why everybody was putting him on the pedestal. I didn't get it. It was like, I'm looking at other people's research here. What are you all getting your what are you getting excited about? What's so interesting that he's saying? All he did was bring a bunch of people's stuff together and put it in one place. That's all he did. I don't know. How many Napoleons were there? I don't know. Bernie has changed names on me here, trying to keep me on my toes. I see, Bernie. You ain't quick. Let's see. Walter Bosley has a book about old blown apart. Okay. Damn pecans falling on the roof. Problem is that feminism requires men to protect their rights and safety. Yeah. We need each other. I mean, granted, in the past, men have been real fucking assholes to women. That being said, men and women need each other. We have our special talents in the world. We need each other. Let's see. Mount right to Morley. What are you talking about? I discovered an undermountain that looks like city cave system and evidence megalithic construction on top of the mountain. Wow. Cool. I couldn't possibly be sarcasm. Wait, what? I need to do a show with Walter Bosley. All right. Next podcast, going to show pictures of the Guardians and mountain tunnels. Well, it looks like entrances to under mountain city that's behind that mountain. Cool. Let's see. Any supposed researcher who can't handle being asked questions and to present evidence is not a researcher. They're a troll. Yep. We're not infallible. I don't care who you are. I don't care how many subscribers you have, how popular you are, how much people love you. You're going to not always get it right. And you need to understand that. And I hope certain people are hearing me out there. I'm talking to certain people. Okay. There's certain people out there that they're not realizing that they're not perfect. And they need to remember that. Need an enemy to have fear of who or what she'll be afraid of. Just a human bot repeating what they think is true. Truth hits. Like flip-flops. Okay. You are bang on with Ewar, and I'm exact same feeling from the beginning. Never trust him. Nothing new ever presented. I don't trust him now, but in the beginning, I just didn't give him. I just didn't put much effort into thinking about him because I was like, okay, I'd watch his videos once through, and it was like, okay, yeah, I've seen that. Okay, moving on. He come out with no, okay, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, and I don't know, there was no new research to me. I don't know. You've been doing this. I don't know. I've been doing this 15 years. I've seen a lot of shit that a lot of people hadn't seen. No, not changed names, just giving twice the views. Okay. Ewok. What? And Plastic Pixels say we're dangerous. Hey. Ewar and Etlin Child both had 6 hours droning on videos and the same time, one about Flat Earth, alternative history, another about the Illuminati. If you want tunnels and bunkers, last battlefields into Tino Struckman. What? The pendulum always swings. Just because men were bad to men in the past doesn't mean It should reverse now, but it seems to be learning curve. We need to, men and women need to come together. I mean, it's we all have something to offer. I don't know a lot. I don't think a lot of people realize, and it's really before my generation. It was the generation before me that experienced, and before them that experienced the discrimination against women. But by the time I was born, that was starting to change. And when I was young, I was too young to understand the things I was seeing that were discriminatory against women. But looking back now, I see that men were just assholes to women. They treat them like subhuman, like they were objects, and they were. I was just, I just mind-boggling to see that. Go look at old movies from the 70s, from the really the 80s and below. Like you'll see it in the movies a lot, and the TV was really bad, but you'll see that stuff. And it's just really wow, we've changed. But then we flipped it to the feminism, and feminism has just destroyed the families. We don't need men. We can do it all ourselves. I can do anything you can do. No, you can't. Yes, I can. No, you can't. Yes, I can. Men and women are different. There are things that men can do better than women, and there's things that women can do better than men. Get the fuck over it. It's just God made us that way. Okay, we're here to do special things. Okay, we have special powers. Okay, it's okay. It's all right. Even my own theories, I will always eat crow when my predictions or theories are proven wrong by contradicted evidence. Being a grown up is admitting when you're wrong. And just hey, Bernie, there's something I'll share with you and Cam behind the scenes, but only behind the scenes about this. I just want to get your opinion on it, but we need to do it behind the scenes. I just don't want to. Sometimes you don't want to air out people's dirty laundry. Seems to be a natural state would be peace, love, and freedom. The perversion that is the patriarchy. Mm-hmm. We bring different things. We complement each other. Yes. And I've in my lifetime I've known a lot of lesbian couples for some reason, and it's hilarious to watch them argue because it's the same energies arguing with each other. Like men and women, it's you got this side and that side. Women and women is it's like two rams butting heads. That's all they do. It's hilarious. They argue about they're making the same argument. It's funny to me. It's funny as an outsider to watch. I think the patriarchy was misunderstood. It was required because life was serious and they had to have things the way they were. To an extent, yes, but there was also a lot of bad treatment of women. Bad treatment. I'm older than you guys. Some men used. We don't need the men. We don't need the men. We like to have them around every now and then. Fixing my phone update was can chat there. Campbell sent me. Yeah. Let's hook up on the WhatsApp, Bernie. And now what I need to show you, I think I can. I can share the link with you somehow. I could tell you what to go watch. I want you guys to watch something, and I want to get your opinion about it. We'll talk. Running with scissors. All righty. Okay. All right. So that is about the gist of that.
Here, a stuffed beagle would call this horse Fred. Hello, Fred.
Oh, Fred, old Fred. Good old Fred.
Mr. Smarty Pants, what's going on? The historically stuff of this and the historically stuff of that. I mean, I don't give a fuck about history. I don't think anybody does. History's dumb.
I talk and I can see it in their faces. People think I'm a lunatic.
Everybody knows you don't go full Meltard.
Like, how do you not drown in the shower?
I love that one. Oh, goodness. Okay, guys. I tell you what, let's see. I think we're gonna go ahead and end it for the night. I had a lot more I was gonna I didn't even get to my notes tonight. I think we had fun. We'll do this soon. It's a little rough without my sidekick, but I think we got something done tonight, and I had a good time. I hope you guys had a good time. And get out there and do some thinking, do some research, think for yourself, make up your own damn mind about what's going on in this world, and that's a great place to start. But I'm gonna end out with the third part of the Demolition of Angels Flight Vernacular in Los Angeles. And we'll see you next week. Hopefully, JJ will be back from the Gulf of Mexico trip. And all the love and light to all the people down there in Florida. And thank you, everyone, for showing up tonight. And look forward to seeing you next time. This is BEAGS out.
What is it? Is it Treasure Man?
Oh yeah! Psychic spies from China try to steal your isolation. Little girl from Sweden dream of silver screen quotations. And if you want these kind of dreams, it's Californication. Edge of the world and modern Western civilization. The sun may rise in the east, at least it sends in the final location. It's understood that Hollywood sells Californication. They are certain very well to break the spell of aging. Celebrity skin, is this your gin or is that royal waging? First born in the Gulf of hardcore to South Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Hollywood basement. Cobain, can you hear the spears singing songs of freezing through station? And now the rock's not far away, it's Californication. By those who praise control of population. Everybody's spitting there and I don't need no vacation. First born in the hardcore South. Let's go! Free for Californication. Free for Californication. Free for Californication. Californication.
Say woof again! Say woof again!
I've got one that can see.
It's a mystery! It's a mystery wrapped in a riddle inside an enigma! Oh, don't you get it?
Welcome to the underground.
This is my kung fu, and it is strong.
See you later.